Rules of Asylum, a new play for radio by James Follett, with Vernon Joyner, Manning Wilson, Francis de Wolfe, and Cyril Shapps. Rules of Asylum.
Hello, Governor's office.
Main gate here. And Mr. Suskeen has arrived. Says he has an appointment to see the governor.
Hold on. Suskeen. Ah, yes. 10 o'clock. He's punctual, isn't he?
Shall I send him along?
Yes, please.
With an escort?
I think you better. You know what the old man's been like since the escape.
Yes?
Mr. Suskeen has just arrived and he's on his way up.
Oh, good. Send him straight in. And make us some coffee.
Yes, sir. Will that be all?
I want you to get the sanatorium plans out. We'll be needing them. Is Suskeen being escorted from the main gate?
Yes, sir, of course.
Come.
Mr. Suskeen, sir.
Ah, Suskeen. How do you do?
Fine, thank you, Governor.
Send the coffee in as soon as it's ready, and see that we are not disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Well, please sit down.
Thank you.
Had a good fight?
Oh, yes, very smooth.
And how's the capital?
As beautiful as ever, especially at this time of the year.
Yes, my daughter works there. I miss her.
Yes, you must feel very cut off out here.
Oh, she visits me occasionally, but next time I should like to visit her.
That opportunity may be sooner than you expect, Governor. If there's another incident like last week's.
Huh? Oh. Yes. But if your mission is successful...
If my mission is successful...
May I see your credentials, please?
I was wondering when you were going to ask for them. Here.
Well, I'm certain the main gate would have checked them.
Oh, yes, they did.
What do you think of our security arrangements?
What I've seen so far, not much. Your guards failed to find this when they searched me.
What is it?
A miniature camera. I've taken several photographs of the main gate, one of your secretary in the adjoining room, the safe, and the last picture should be quite a good one of you.
Oh, I see. But if you were visiting a patient, the search would have been much more thorough.
More thorough than for the visit of a security officer following an escape. I could easily be someone else's documents are simple to forge. If I can smuggle a camera into your office, a gun shouldn't be too difficult.
The security relating to visitors wouldn't have made much difference in this case. As you know, he wasn't allowed visitors.
No, I didn't know. That wasn't in our instructions regarding his detention.
Well, I thought you knew.
Who gave you that instruction?
The state prosecutor's office. They rang me the day he was brought in.
Didn't you query it?
Look, I'm only the governor of a remote sanatorium. I don't question orders from the state prosecutor.
Did they say anything about his not seeing other prisoners?
No, just that he wasn't to be allowed visitors. He mixed freely with the other patients and shared a room with Dansky.
Dansky? That name sounds familiar.
Yeah, the novelist.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten he was in care with us.
The odd thing is, Jan Valeri knew Dansky was here because he asked if he could share a room with him.
He may have found out from the other prisoners.
No, he knew before he was admitted. I always interview new patients in this office when they first arrive. He asked then.
And you agreed?
Well, I didn't see any harm in it. Dansky wasn't allowed visitors either, and I was worried about his health, and I still am. I thought a friend from the university might be a good idea.
And you obeyed the order? About Valeri not being allowed visitors?
Yes, of course. Look, does it matter very much?
I'm not sure. I suppose it might make my job easier, if he's had no contact with the outside world. What about letters?
I was to stop them. He wasn't to send any. He wrote several, but they never went out. He didn't know that, of course.
May I see them, please?
Well, they've been destroyed.
On whose orders?
On my orders. Blocked mail is a security risk. Someone could easily make a mistake and dispatch unmailed letters. I thought you security people would approve.
Why should we approve your obeying orders not issued by our department?
There's nothing in regulations about the disposal of letters written by patients who aren't allowed to send them. About your camera, I'll have the guards who checked you stopped a month's pay.
And make them resentful? That would only make them less alert.
Now, look here, Suskeen. I'm the governor of this sanatorium, and my methods, whether you... Come.
Coffee, sir.
Oh. Okay. Those are the plans.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Thank you, sir.
You were about to say something about your methods.
Yes, I'm sorry I spoke like that. I've been under a considerable strain lately.
So have we all, Governor.
Yes, of course. Well, I must accept full responsibility for what's happened.
The security department is not interested in who is to blame for Valeri's escape. At least not yet. We have to find out how he escaped in the first place and how to prevent such a thing happening again. Now, have you any private theories?
You've read my report?
Of course, but haven't you any ideas at all?
No.
I promise not to mention any weakness in your security system when making my report.
I should have thought you were quite capable of finding out any weaknesses for yourself.
I shall, but your cooperation can save me much time and trouble.
Are you suggesting that I'm being uncooperative?
Of course not, Governor. It's just that your knowledge would be invaluable to my investigation.
Well, you've only to look at these plans to see how good our security methods are.
If you don't mind, Governor, I'll decide whether they're good or not. Is this the main accommodation block?
Yes. And this is the outer wall. It's nearly 10 meters high.
Walls can be climbed.
With electrified barbed wire along the top.
Which a carpet could be thrown over.
Well...
Have you any anti-tunnel measures?
Yes. There are several underground microphones placed around the wall. Also, would-be tunnelers would have a problem with the subsoil. It's heavy clay, quite a different colour from the topsoil. A tunnel would be impossible.
Unlikely, perhaps, but nothing is impossible to a determined man. And Valeri does appear to have been determined.
If there is a tunnel, we'd have found the exit. We searched the whole area around the sanatorium.
I saw the woods and thickets as I came in. It wouldn't be too difficult to conceal a tunnel opening.
I'm sure my men would not miss a tunnel.
They missed my camera.
Well, that's different.
So's this escape. It's the first from one of our maximum security sanatoria, and there might be another.
Impossible.
Why? An escape method exists, and until we find it, it can be used again. Are all the prisoners housed in this block?
We prefer to call them patients.
Which was Valeri's room? The one he shared with Dansky?
This one.
I'd like a word with Dansky. But first, I'll look around the building and talk to the guards. My return flight leaves at 4 o'clock. That gives me nearly 6 hours to formulate my report.
Suskeen, over here.
Ah, good of you to meet me, sir. Sorry the flight was delayed. Been waiting long.
Get in. How did it go?
Not too good, I'm afraid, sir. The governor's good at his job and he obeys all the rules to the letter. No news from the police.
No, not a trace of him. At least he hasn't turned up in the West.
Without food or money, he can't have got far in 2 weeks. Unless he had help. Outside help.
His friends wouldn't be able to help him even if they wanted to. The state prosecutor's office have had them under surveillance for some time now.
Since before the escape?
Yes. It seems that Valeri provided the state prosecutor with a great deal of information on them during his interrogation. That's why he only received a 3-year sentence.
So, the state prosecutor's office is getting efficient.
You know who's in charge there now?
Yes, General Nero.
He's getting to be a damn nuisance. He's been pestering me.
Why?
Well, they're saying, what's the point of securing convictions if we can't keep them locked up?
Oh.
From what I've heard on the grapevine, it seems there are a lot of arrests due in the near future. This escape's just the excuse the state prosecutor needs to demand maximum sentences in the courts. You know what I mean, don't you?
Yes.
Blasted vultures. This whole business is a confounded nuisance. I was hoping you might have something for next month's inquiry.
I said I had no idea how he escaped. I didn't say I had no idea as to how to find out.
Then you do have an idea?
Not yet, but I have a scheme in mind. This escape is on the surface impossible, unique if you like. The escapee must be a unique sort of person. Therefore, we must evolve unorthodox methods for reconstructing his escape.
That seems reasonable. What do you propose?
I want to learn everything I can about him. At the moment, he's nothing to me, a name and number on a file. I want to find out his likes and dislikes. I want to read all he's written, subversive or otherwise. I want to feel I know and understand him completely. I want to think as he does. In short, I want to become him, an extension of his personality.
How do you intend setting about such a task?
Well, firstly, by talking to his girlfriend.
He didn't have one. You've seen his record card.
I've also seen his photograph. That's why I think he had a girlfriend. Find her, and you find Jan Valeri.
Now, that's a job for the police. We're only responsible for the running of the sanatoria and their security. You should know that.
All I know is that Valeri had outside help with this escape. That means there was a breach of security. A few questions among his friends.
I can't allow you to go around questioning Valeri's friends. If Nero's building up cases against them, we'd only be treading on his toes.
He's trodden on ours.
How?
He told the sanatorium not to allow Valeri to receive or send mail. He went directly to the governor instead of going through us, through the normal channels.
Yes, Suskin, but Nero is a powerful man. We are only a minor department in the health ministry. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to question Valeri's friends.
All right, I'll content myself with looking for his girlfriend.
There is no girlfriend. His record card.
As our record cards are based on information provided by the state prosecutor's office, General Nero can hardly object to my looking for someone who, according to his own department, doesn't exist.
I suppose not. Where will you start looking?
I don't know yet. I haven't given it much thought.
How about that building on the right?
But the university library? Why?
That's where Valeri was arrested. He'd only enrolled about a month before his arrest, and he then used it fairly frequently. He made it easy for the police to keep tabs on him. Maybe that's where he met this girlfriend you're so convinced he had.
Good morning, miss. I was wondering if I could enroll.
Only students, graduates and lecturers can belong to the library.
I'm a lecturer. Jan Valeri. You can call me Jan.
You'll have to fill in this form while I put these books back on the shelves.
You help me with my form, and I'll help you with your books. Here, let me push the trolley.
Thank you.
When I was a small boy, I used to carry beautiful girls' books. Now I'm pushing them. It's a sign of the times.
You'll have to learn not to talk so much.
You'll have to teach me. Where are we bound?
There.
The political section. The Holy of Holies.
Pass the books and I'll put them on the shelves.
Now, this is interesting. This book is the cornerstone of our society, yet according to the date stamps, it's only been borrowed twice this year. That's what I call a promising sign.
Shh, you should be careful.
Don't tell me you believe walls have ears.
You never know.
Perhaps they listen to what these books have to say.
How boring.
With these books, yes. Do you read much?
Well, I have to, until I pass my exams. I really prefer to listen to a concert on the radio.
I like music, too. I've got quite a collection of Western records.
Really? Well, what are they?
Oh, Frank Sinatra, modern jazz, the Beatles.
The Beatles?
Yes, all their LPs. Why? Do you like them?
Oh, I adore them. It's such a pity they broke up.
Look, let's have dinner this evening. I know a marvellous place not 10 minutes from here by tram, and we could listen to the Beatles afterwards.
At your place?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not sure I
won't eat you, I promise. I want to hold your hand.
All right.
Marvellous. What time do you finish?
6 o'clock, but...
See you outside, then. 6 o'clock. Oh, I nearly forgot. What's your name?
Anna, but...
Tonight, then.
What about
Bye.
your ticket?
Listen, Anna.
Yes?
I want you to get off at the next stop. The restaurant's just opposite. You can't miss it because of the traffic.
Aren't you getting off? You're supposed to be taking me.
I'll join you in there in a few minutes. There'll be some friends of mine already there. Just introduce yourself.
This is stupid. You honestly think I'm going to walk up to a table of strangers
They're
and
not
say,
strangers, they're friends. You may know some of them from the university. Anyway, I'll only be 5 minutes.
Oh, it's too silly for words.
Here's your stop. Now, that's the place over there with the green paint.
I'm not going into a strange place by myself. Of all the extraordinary behaviour
Please,
I've ever...
Anna. I'll only be 5 minutes, I promise. That's as long as it takes to walk from the next stop.
Here's Jan. Hello, Jan. Come on, make room for him.
Hello, Alex. Zoe. Hello, Anna.
Hello.
Have they been looking after you?
I think they're trying to get me drunk.
Oh, I told you they were friends. You'll have to watch Alex, though.
Anna, if you want to watch me, you'll be most welcome. But you'll have to let me watch you in return.
It's good to see you, Zoe. Anna, you've met Zoe, haven't you? 5 years ago, she was one of my star students. Now she wastes her time working in the university's personnel department.
Anna and I have met, but only across the counter in the library, never socially.
And Alex here lectures on...
Zoology, my dear. You must come to the zoo sometime and see my giant panda.
Careful, Anna. Alex has picked up a lot of habits from his animals, especially the wolves.
I have an appreciation of beauty not shared by callow lecturers.
Oh, this is a nice place. I've heard of it, but I always thought it was expensive.
Oh, it is, for party members. The manager charges them double, so they stay away and hatch plots to have him removed. They've never succeeded, nor are they likely to.
Is the food good?
Oh, excellent. Yes, we always have a good meal, good conversation, good wine, and we earn good money. We're the cosmopolitans of socialism. The founders of this state dreamt that one day there'd be citizens like us, well-clothed, fed and educated, ignorant of the wretched poverty they knew, and here we are. Now they hate our guts.
Is that why you're scared?
Scared? Who's scared?
Why didn't you want to be seen coming in here with me? Why all that silly performance of getting off the tram further down the road?
A little rule of our circle, my dear. Nobody ever enters or leaves in company. All our gatherings in here are by chance. We wouldn't like the authorities to think we're plotting against them, would we?
And are you?
We're just a small group that enjoys each other's company. We even put up with Alex's jokes.
I heard a marvellous one today about the party chairman.
Oh.
It's because his jokes are so bad that the police don't arrest him. They couldn't bear to have to repeat them in court.
Now, this music is more to my liking. As it is obvious that you have no wish to hear my joke, perhaps, Anna, you'd do me the honour of this dance?
Tell him to find someone his own age.
I'd properly to, Alex. It's nice to be asked properly for once.
Those courtly manners have led many a girl to destruction.
I shall think of a suitable reply during the dance. Come, Anna.
She's rather nice, Jan.
Yes. Are you certain about her father?
Positive. It's all in her personal file.
Anyway, you were right about her passion for the Beatles. I couldn't hold her off when I mentioned I had some of their records.
So you look after them. I don't want them scratched.
It's a lucky coincidence about her father.
The question is, can we make use of it?
She's our only hope. I had another letter from Dansky. He's finished the painting.
God, he must have worked fast.
He said it's about the same size as his last painting. That means some 60,000 words, at least 200 sheets. Handwritten, so at least his London publishers won't be in any doubt about it being his work.
If we can get it to them. Alex's trip to London with the giant panda has been fixed for the 3rd of next month.
3rd? That only gives us 3 weeks.
He's even fitted a false bottom to its feeding trough.
So now it's up to me.
You and the girl. Jan, please be careful. I wouldn't want you or Anna to get hurt. It's not worth it. Not for a book that may never be published in this country.
Well, I think it is worth it. And anyway, nobody's going to get hurt. Anna. Anna, I want to talk to you.
In the morning. Go to sleep.
I've got to tell you now. I've been trying to screw up the courage all week.
What is it? You're not married, are you?
No. Look, you must understand. I do love you.
Yes, all right. But what is it?
When I first met you in the library, it wasn't just a chance meeting. I arranged it. I've been waiting some time for the chance to catch you alone.
What's wrong with that?
I only wanted to get to know you because of your father.
Daddy? I don't understand.
Oh, God, this is difficult. I wanted you to do something. Something dangerous. Something I couldn't ask you to do now.
Will you please tell me what you're talking about?
You've heard of Ivan Dansky?
The novelist? Yes, of course.
Your father's the governor of the place where Dansky is imprisoned.
But Daddy's place is a sanatorium for the mentally sick.
It's a prison.
Well,
a place where the state can shut away dissidents. People with political views that the state doesn't share.
It can't be. I've been there many times.
Have you ever met any of the inmates?
No. Daddy always says they could be dangerous. Anyway, he's much too kind-hearted to run a prison.
They're not ill-treated in the physical sense. They're just removed from society for corrective treatment.
What did Dansky do, then?
He didn't do anything.
Don't lock people up for nothing.
His books offended the government.
Well, that's stupid. I've read all 3. They wouldn't offend anyone.
He's written 5 books. The last 2 weren't published in this country. Nor are they ever likely to be.
What has all this got to do with me?
Dansky's written another book in your father's sanatorium.
Is it good?
I don't know. You see, it hasn't been published. The manuscript is still with Dansky. Only one person apart from him has seen it.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
That's why you must believe me when I say I love you.
After all the lies and deceits of the past 2 weeks. 2 weeks? My God! And expect me to believe you now? Just because you want me to do something for you?
I don't want you to do anything. Only believe me now. Where are you going?
I'm packing my things. Surely you don't think I'm going to...
Come back to bed. You'll freeze. Anna, please.
Don't touch me.
Look, come back to bed. It's cold. Anna, come on. There. That's a good girl. Now listen, Anna. Please listen. You must let me explain.
Nothing to explain. I understand. I wasn't the cooperative little mouse you thought.
I never thought of you like that. Here. Let me pull the blankets up. There. That's better. This book could get your father into trouble.
Oh, how?
Dansky wasn't supposed to have writing materials. If we could get the book out of the sanatorium, who's to know that he wrote it after his arrest?
I could warn Daddy to look for the manuscript. I could
Anna,
get Dansky and everyone...
don't you care? You said yourself his books were harmless.
I haven't read the last two. The ones I read didn't attack the state. That's the fashionable thing to do now, isn't it? Write offensive books for a bit of cheap notoriety.
Anna, he was expelled from the Writers' Union. He couldn't work. No one was of speech.
I have an even greater respect for truth, something you don't seem to have.
Oh, you're just being absurd.
Am I? Because I respect the principles of people like my father who fought Hitler, so you and your smart friends could go around sneering at every achievement.
Now you sound like a politician.
Well...
They could keep Dansky in prison for the rest of his life if they want to.
What?
The idea is to stop him writing. We want to show them that holding a man doesn't work. They can't shoot us now. They can't jail us because the freedom we want is written into the Constitution anyway. Our hope is that eventually they'll have no option but to leave us alone. Just think. The rest of his life. Even murderers get better treatment. At least they get a fixed term of imprisonment.
The rest of his life?
If they so wish. To them, he's a greater threat than any murderer.
How did he write the book if he wasn't allowed writing materials?
Your father allowed him to have painting materials. He used black oil paint mixed with turpentine for ink and made a pen out of a brush.
What about paper?
That was easy. They let him have paper for practice and brush sketches.
He sounds clever.
He was desperate. You can't imagine what it must be like for a man like Dansky not to be able to write.
Well, how do you know all this?
From someone who's just been released.
How big is this manuscript?
About 200 sheets.
And you went to all that trouble? Picking me up like that because you thought I'd help you smuggle it out? Oh, I suppose it was Zoe who told you who my father was.
I've been honest with you, Hannah, but the less you know, the better.
How did you think I could get it out? Surely you didn't think Daddy just hand it over?
No, we thought that perhaps you could ask your father if you might see Dansky to discuss his early books. After all, you are a librarian.
I see. And if Daddy's place is a prison, as you call it, wouldn't they search me? Well, don't they search all visitors?
Well, they're hardly likely to search the governor's daughter, are they?
I'm sorry, miss, but I'll have to search you.
But I'm the governor's daughter.
Yes, I know, miss, but I'll have to search you just the same.
I'm certain if you were to call my father, he'd say you needn't bother.
I don't think so, miss. Your father is very strict about rules, and Dansky is a special patient. We have to be careful.
Do I have to go through all this again later on?
No, of course not, miss. There wouldn't be much point in searching you after you'd seen him, would there?
There's just a few books for him. My father said it'd be all right.
Yes, he told me. If you would pass me your clothes, please. Thank you. Thank you. You can tell where you come from. Clothes like these are unheard of out here. Good. And now I must examine your hair.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry, miss. It's the rules.
I don't suppose you get many visitors if they have to go through this every time.
No, not many. Well, everything seems to be in order. You can get dressed now, and I'll show you to his room. Visitor for you, Ivan.
Who is it? Oh, who is she?
The governor's daughter.
I thought I wasn't allowed visitors.
You thought wrong.
Another time. I've reached an important stage in the development of this painting.
You've been staring at that empty canvas all week.
I've no wish to see anyone.
Now, don't be awkward, Ivan. She's come all the way from the capital to see you. Don't let him frighten you, miss. He can be a bit funny at times, but he's all right, really. I'll come back in 10 minutes. Will that be long enough?
Yes, thank you. My name's Anna. I've come to talk about your books. I'm a librarian.
Oh, now, where's that tube of Venetian red? Oh, I've got it here
Oh,
somewhere.
is this what you're looking for?
What?
This.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah. Everything's always in such a mess.
Oh, please don't worry.
I wasn't?
It's rather homely.
Is it? I wouldn't know.
Those paintings are very good.
I didn't know the governor had a daughter.
I don't live here. I'm a librarian at Capital University, where you used to lecture.
Why did your father send you to see me? I'm not allowed visitors.
He didn't. When I heard you were here, I begged him to let me see you. I'm doing our modern writers for my final examinations.
Name 3 works by Lucian.
The Tiger Lily, Red Snow, and, Spring Harvest.
Have you read them?
Of course.
What do you think of Lucian?
An overrated writer. I've also read your books. I specialize in overrated writers.
I asked for that. Oh, please forgive me. One is naturally suspicious. Few people bother with an old man who once wrote some rather poor books.
I thought they were very good.
Oh?
I haven't read the last 2. Why were they banned?
How do you know they were banned? It wasn't in the newspaper?
Jan told me. Jan Valeri, your friend. It was he who sent me.
I'm forgetting my manners. Your father's quite a reasonable man. He allows me these painting materials. Would you like some tea?
It was because of my father that Jan picked me up.
I make excellent tea. One has the time to determine the precise ingredients.
He doesn't care about me.
Lemon? I've ascertained that a 6mm slice imparts the best flavour for perfect tea.
Did he use people when you knew him?
Of course, as one proceeds through a lemon and the slices grow larger, so one must reduce the thickness of each slice.
He knew he wouldn't be allowed to visit you, so he used me.
Being used is something we must all endure. Though why your father should be using you, I can't imagine.
It's nothing to do with my father. I've told you the truth. I have a message for you from Jan.
Do you really expect me to believe you? First of all, you tell me you wanted to see me because you were studying for your finals. Now you're trying to tell me that you've travelled halfway across the country just to give me a message from a friend I've never heard of.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth right away. I couldn't think of what to say at first, but you must believe me now.
What is this message?
Jan's heard about the black and white painting.
Huh?
He says he could arrange to have it exhibited in London. If you agree, I'm to take it back with me.
Excuse me, the kettle. Tell me, do you trust this Jan?
I don't know. Thank you. I think so.
Ah. I've learned to trust no one these days.
I can understand. Oh, I've brought you some books.
What?
Jan chose them here.
Oh.
He's written an inscription inside this one. It's unsigned, of course. Do you recognize the handwriting?
Perhaps. Will you excuse me while I look at them, please? There's some more paintings in the corner.
Thank you. Beautiful. Who's this?
Huh? Oh, my daughter. I paint from memory. She'd look older now. One's memories are frozen, like a jammed movie film. Oh, what's the matter, child?
This picture. It's Jan.
Yes, it's Jan. Dear Jan. We spent many hours discussing this book. Anna, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. Anna, my child, what is it?
It's this picture.
Do you love him?
I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
Oh, you mustn't blame him, Anna. Jan is not the sort who would want to hurt anyone.
I think I understand him now.
You don't love someone merely because you understand them.
I suppose not.
Anna, May I give you some friendly advice?
What?
Don't expect to find happiness with Jan. Not in this country. He won't be tolerated much longer. The new arrivals here are far less extreme than Jan. Few idealistic poets. Believe me, Anna, he's in real danger. Ah, it's always the women who suffer.
This must be your wife. She looks sad. Is that how you remember her?
Yes. Each painting takes a month. And each month crystallizes another memory, tempering it against time. Time. They say time heals all wounds. But it doesn't.
How much longer will you be kept here?
Who knows? Another 100 paintings, 200. Perhaps I'll be cured when I run out of memories. Would you like one of them?
Oh, I'd love one. But I might choose a favourite.
My favourite's always the next one. Now, let me choose for you. This one?
I don't know.
Oh, you mustn't think too badly of him. I'd like you to have it.
I treasure it always.
Treasure what it represents. And there's the black and white painting. No, I can't let you take it.
But you must.
It's an art form unpopular at the moment in this country. There are influential critics who...
Please, you must let me take it. It's very important to Jan.
Yes, my child, but is it important to you?
Yes. It is now. Very important. Alex? It's me, Anna. Alex? Hello, boy. Aren't you beautiful? Is that your name? Zizi? Where's your master, Zizi? Alex? Hello, Alex. Is this your panda?
Anna, we've given you up.
Oh, Daddy insisted on my staying for another 2 days. I could hardly refuse.
You'd better come in here. It's more private. That's better. We were wondering what had happened to you.
I've only just got off the train. I came straight here, as Jan said. I'm not late, am I? Jan said not to be later than Tuesday.
No, you're not late. Where is it?
In my bag. I read it on the train. It's marvellous. It really is.
Good.
You don't sound too pleased. What's the matter?
This should fit all right.
Fit what?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
How are you taking it out of the country?
It's best that you don't know.
That's what Jan always says, and I went to such a lot of trouble to get it.
All right. It'll be hidden in Zizi's trough. We're flying him to London tomorrow to mate with their female panda.
Is that how Dansky's last books were smuggled to London?
Yes, but I'm using a different method now. Last time, I hid the manuscripts behind a piece of dummy fur stuck to Zizi's stomach. I had to keep him sedated to prevent him from scratching it off. Unfortunately, the sedatives took rather a long time to wear off. I'm afraid he disappointed the London Zoo and their panda.
Oh, poor Zizi. Well, let's hope he does the trick this time. Anyway, I must find Jan and tell him
Jan?
I managed...
Do you mean you don't know?
No, what?
He called at the library yesterday to see if you were back, and the police were waiting for him.
Come in.
Jan Valeri, sir. Would you like me to remain?
Yeah, that's all right, Jan.
Sir.
Good morning, Jan. Take a seat.
Not seen you before. What happened to the other one?
A cigarette?
Thanks. Who are you?
Oh, just another cog.
But a bigger one.
What makes you think that?
You wear a more expensive suit. You smoke more expensive cigarettes. And the guard called you sir.
You are perceptive. If you ever get out of this mess, you could always get a job in General Nero's department.
That bastard.
Have you ever met him?
No.
Or seen pictures of him?
No.
Then why should you think that he's a bastard?
The Dansky trial.
Ah, yes. Dansky was a friend of yours.
Was he?
I was warned about you. Actually, I suppose General Nero is a bit of a bastard. But he likes model trains. And anyone who likes model trains can't be all that bad.
You like them, then?
Absolutely dotty about them. I was always in trouble as a boy for hanging around railway tracks.
So was I.
Fellow enthusiast.
Not now. I've outgrown such childish interests.
I'm not sure how to take that.
You can take it how you like.
My dear chap, don't be so truculent. I just want to get to know you.
Everything you want to know is in that file in front of you.
Ah, yes, of course. Your file. Yeah, there's quite a lot here about you. I wonder if this bit's true.
What bit?
Well, it's against the rules to show prisoners their own files, but if I don't cover the file up, there's nothing to stop you reading upside down.
Jan Valeri, male, born Warsaw, 1935. Parents refugees, came to this country...
that's marvelous.
Reading upside-down print?
Not only that, it's back to front.
I don't understand.
What you read then is the back of the form. Some silly typist put the carbon paper in the wrong way round, so that the typing has come out on the back like mirror writing.
So?
Well, I think that's jolly clever. The only people I know who can do that are printers. They're used to reading blocks where the printing is back to front.
I used to edit a university magazine. I usually involved doing the printing as well.
Oh, yes, of course. University printing machines have been these modern types for some years now, haven't they? What are they called? Offset?
Offset litho.
That's it, offset litho. I can never remember these things. It's funny. I always thought that offset litho machines used ordinary plates, printed the right way around. Sure, it doesn't matter. What I really called you in for was to see if you'd like to have dinner with me this evening.
You're welcome to Friday's stew.
Somewhere different.
Why?
Well, I thought it would be nice. And you see, you've been in custody for nearly 2 months now. Trip out to do you good. Get some air into you.
And fatten me up for the trial.
The next turning on the right, driver.
Where are we going?
You know this area?
You know damn well I do.
It's that restaurant on the left, driver.
I'm not going in there.
Why not?
Don't play cat and mouse with me. You know very well why not.
But I've gone to all this trouble, explaining to my superiors, obtaining your release into my care for the evening, laying on this car.
Don't give me that. It's your car. The driver knows you.
All right, then. And so it's my car, so what?
So I'm not going in.
You wouldn't like some more solitary, would you?
You're a bastard.
So they tell me. If you know the place, you can tell me what to avoid on the menu.
Very well, then. I'll eat your food and drink your drink. But it won't make me loosen my tongue, and I won't answer your questions.
My dear chap, according to the other interrogators, all the vodka in this city wouldn't make you loosen your tongue. Anyway, who said I was going to ask questions? Tonight I want you to relax and enjoy yourself. We could talk model trains.
I think I prefer the solitary.
All right, driver. Pick us up in 2 hours' time. Thank you, waiter. Enjoy your meal, Jan?
Quite good. Can't say the same about the company or the conversation. For an interrogator, you do a lot of talking.
Anyway, you laughed at my very poor jokes.
Well, that's my good breeding. It's good manners to laugh at them, and bad manners to tell them.
You know, I like you, Jan. You have spirit.
You're not paid to like me.
No, and I'm not paid to wine and dine my prisoners either.
Your prisoners?
By that I mean prisoners in my custody.
Who are you?
Yeah, this is a rum sort of place. I'm sure there's subversive conversation going on at the next table. Did you notice the manager's expression when he first saw you?
I expect he knows me by sight.
Someone else seems to know you. There's rather a nice-looking girl behind you who's been watching you in amazement ever since we came in.
Where?
Behind you, blue dress, I think. It's hard to tell in this light. No, don't look round. She's now pretending to be absorbed in her meal. Now she's looking up. She seems to be somewhat agitated. See her? She's getting up. Any idea who she is?
No. I've never seen her before.
She's trying to make up her mind what to do. Are you certain you don't know her?
Yes, positive.
Hello, I do believe she's coming over. Yes, she is. It should be interesting. You must know her.
I've told you, I've never seen her before.
Good heavens. That waiter spilled soup down her.
It was done on purpose.
No, it was an accident, I'm sure.
I saw him. He did it deliberately.
Never mind. It's time we were going. Wait down.
But I haven't finished my coffee.
Well, swallow it down. Now, there's a good chap.
These trains really are beautiful, General. Did you build them yourself?
No, I haven't the time. I would have, were it not for the incompetent bunglers in my department.
What happened at the restaurant? Was he recognized?
Uh-huh, by a girl.
Good. That should make the interrogation easier.
Don't you believe it? Bungling fools. The idiot I had stationed to prevent anyone approaching the table made a complete hash of it. And the photographer didn't use a fast enough film. But that evening went quite well.
Who was the girl?
Oh, how should I know?
But you had her followed?
Nope.
But that's crazy. I thought that was the...
Are you questioning my methods?
No.
Pity. If you were, I might have explained. Anyway, the girl doesn't matter. I've decided on the date for his trial.
When?
2 weeks from today.
But that's impossible.
Why?
We've still no confession.
Then you must get one.
Well, what do you think I've been trying to do all these weeks? No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that.
Why not?
I'm sorry?
You've a perfect right to be annoyed. If you have been trying, that is.
You know the answer to that. You've had most of the sessions with him yourself.
Ah, so I have been interfering.
I didn't say that.
You implied it.
Unintentionally.
You're too good an interrogator to let the unintentional word slip.
I have valued your help.
Oh, I have been a help.
Of course.
But we have got nowhere, even with my help. 2 weeks.
Impossible.
I'd agree with you, if we continue with our present techniques.
Your own orders specifically forbade direct methods. You wanted him in a presentable condition for open trial with foreign journalists present. I've got your memo on file.
Oh, of course, my dear chap, of course. Who was it who said a wise man sometimes changes his mind, a foolish one never? Well, I've had to change my mind about an open trial. It's a pity, with so many of them likely to crop up in the near future. We find they're so much better for our image. There's less speculation in the foreign press.
So what do you want me to do?
Well, you're our most experienced interrogator. Supposing you tell me.
I thought you wanted to run things.
So I was interfering.
I didn't mean that. I thought you might have a suggestion.
I have. Chapter 6.
I'm sorry, but I hardly ever get a chance to look at the manual these days.
Have a look. There's a good chap. Yeah. I've always felt that instruction manuals are merely an aid to common sense and that a good man doesn't need them. A middle shelf, I think. Yeah. What techniques will you use on Valerie, now that you have a free hand?
Time distortion, I think. Ah, got it. Chapter 6. An outline of time distortion interrogation methods.
Precisely. And do you think it would work?
It might.
That sort of answer can spell death to your promotion prospects. Will it or will it not work?
I would rather have used it earlier. Needs a lot of organizing. Isolating the prisoner from natural light, arranging a cooked breakfast every few hours, altering clocks, even his watch while he's sleeping.
How quickly could you achieve disorientation?
About 4 days. I'll start off by allowing him 6-hour nights and reduce them to 1-hour nights as quickly as possible. We'll give him barbiturate in his food to make sure he sleeps. After 4 days, he'll be living through an apparent 3 days for every actual day.
Have you ever had success with this system?
Oh, often. The most difficult part is administering diet and drugs to establish a bowel movement and urination pattern compatible with his concept of time. Usually it's not necessary. Most prisoners are too confused, even after a couple of days, to notice they're not going at the customary time. But Valeri's no ordinary prisoner. We have to be careful.
Have we allowed him the morning paper?
Oh, yes. There's been a spate of hysterical editorials recently about so-called intellectuals and writers undermining the state. I thought their screams for heads might unnerve him. They haven't.
Well, I could arrange the printing of special editions with false dates.
Oh, you'd go to that trouble?
I needn't stress how important his confession is.
Supposing we fail?
We? You mean you. And you cannot afford to fail.
I shall know within a week if we can break this man. And if I think we won't succeed, then it's essential we put pressure on him by means of the girl.
I said she didn't matter.
But she does matter. Look, I don't know if this interrogation will work. Usually it does, but I'm not certain with Valerie. One thing I am certain of. is that he would break if we had his girl. They always do. You get the girl, and I'll get the confession.
You'll have to manage without her. In any case, I don't know who or where she is, and I care even less.
But why didn't you have her followed?
Oh, she's probably just an acquaintance of Valeri's. He never formed attachments. There's only his circle of friends that used to meet in the restaurant, and we've nothing on any of them without Valeri's confession.
She must be his girl. Valeri's not a homosexual.
Well, he never entered or left the restaurant with a girl in all the months we were keeping watch on it. The girl was nothing more or less than a casual acquaintance. By not having her followed, I've ensured that she'd do what I wanted her to do.
And what was that?
Do you know what Valeri and I talked about in the restaurant? I told him jokes. Some of them were quite good jokes. Did you know that I was good at telling jokes?
No. Did he laugh at them?
That was the whole idea. What conclusion do you suppose Valeri's friends will jump to when they hear about it? Valeri doesn't know who I am, but I've no doubt that at least one of his friends will, especially as I talked in a loud voice about model trains.
Of course. They'll think Valeri's betrayed them.
Precisely. I have to think ahead at all times. You, my friend, only have to worry about the next 2 weeks.
You've had this book out over 4 months, and you've had 4 reminders. 4 months suspension.
What? Oh, hell. Look, I've got my finals soon. Can't you make an exception? Just this once.
I'm sorry, you know the rules. If you can't return books in time, I have no option but to withdraw your tickets.
Oh, I don't know. I was supposed to pass my exams.
Yes, sir?
That was a bit hard, wasn't it?
Oh, you have to be with students, otherwise I'd have no books left. Yes. Are you a lecturer?
No.
Only students, lecturers, and graduates can use the library.
My name is Suskin. My identification.
Health Ministry Security Officer. What can I do for you?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about a former lecturer, Jan Valeri.
Jan Valeri? Oh, I thought all that was finished with weeks ago. I've already told the police everything I know.
Yes, but you haven't told me. Now, there are just 1 or 2 points I'd like to go over with you.
Oh, very well then, but it'll have to be quick. I'm without an assistant at the moment, and I've all these books to go on the shelves.
Did Valeri use the library frequently?
Yes, but he hadn't been a member for all that long when the police arrested him. He always went to the political section. Your people turned out all the books there when I told them, looking for messages, I expect. They left me to put them back on the shelves.
They're not my people. I'm not a policeman.
You sound like one.
I want you to think back carefully. In all his visits here, did Valeri ever come in with a girl?
No.
Are you sure? It's very important.
Of course I'm sure. He never seemed to have time for girls. He was always reading, always in for books. But girls had time for him, all right. My assistant used to fall over herself to serve him. Women don't know how to behave these days in my day.
Valeri was the intellectual sort, wasn't he? Editor of the university newspaper and that sort of thing.
Oh, they're all intellectuals round here, or think they are. Half of them don't even know what the word means.
Where do they all congregate in their spare time?
In bed, I should think, with each other, or oversleeping and missing lectures.
You're not being very helpful. Students and lecturers with intellectual aspirations usually have a coffee bar or club where they meet after hours. It's the same in most university towns. I don't see why this one should be any different.
Oh, there's the Fallen Idol somewhere near the docks. It doesn't say much for our security if you've never heard of it.
Fallen Idol. Thank you. Is that a club?
A grubby little restaurant, from what I've heard. Now, can I get on with my work now?
One last thing. Have you always worked here?
Always. 20 years now.
But you do have time off. I mean, you mentioned an assistant. Perhaps she's seen Valeri with a girl.
Oh, no, she couldn't help you. Unreliable sort. She's gone off sick or something and hasn't sent a doctor's certificate.
Where could I find her?
You'll be wasting your time. I'm the only one who knows what's going on round here. All she thinks of is Western pop groups. Besides, the day Valeri was arrested, she was away visiting her father.
Well, thank you for your help. Where exactly is this Fallen Idol?
How should I know? Ask one of the students.
You sent for me, sir?
Are you the manager?
Yes. Is the food not to your satisfaction?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Another time. I'm short-handed at the kitchen.
It won't take a minute.
I don't wish to sound rude, sir, but I'm certain I can tell you nothing you don't already know from your observations.
I'm not a policeman.
No? Oh, I was rather proud of my nose for them. Oh, a security officer. Is there a difference?
Not much.
Well, I'm always pleased to help the police. How can I help you?
Sit down. This is an odd sort of place, isn't it?
Well, it's popular with students.
I'm surprised they can afford it.
They get special rates.
Fallen Idol. What idol?
It's the title of a work by a British writer.
Unfortunate that the name should be displayed below a photograph of the chairman.
Well, it's the law. We must display our name and we must have a photograph. The authorities were unhappy about it, too. We suggested changing our name to the Quiet American. They didn't like that either.
I'm investigating the background of a former customer of yours.
A former customer?
Jan Valeri.
Never heard of him.
This was taken recently.
We've so many faces in here, I can't possibly remember them all.
Or perhaps this paper will help your memory. No, don't touch it. Just read it.
What is it?
That's your name, isn't it?
Yes.
And your address?
Yes, what is it?
It's a committal warrant to a state sanatorium. Surprising how effectively one of these can cure bad memory. If it doesn't cure yours, we could always take you in for observation.
He used to come in. I haven't seen him for some weeks now.
I'd be surprised if you had. Do you know why he's not been round?
I've heard there was trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Just trouble. One doesn't ask questions.
And I'll think carefully. Was he ever in here with a girl?
Yes.
He was? What was she like?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, of course you know. Was she young?
He was always in a group, never with one particular girl.
And who did he come with?
Except for his last visit, he always came alone and joined a party at a table.
Who was he with on his last visit?
A man. I don't know who it was.
Describe him.
Tall, middle-aged, ex-army, probably. Expensive clothes. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. One of my waiters thought they were talking about model trains.
Model trains? When was this?
Late June, just after my holiday.
No, you must be mistaken. It couldn't have been in June.
Well, I spent the first week in June on the Baltic. It was definitely after my return.
But it couldn't... Are you absolutely certain?
Yes.
But didn't you think it odd?
We're used to the unusual in here.
You knew about Valeri's arrest?
Well, I'd heard a rumour. I assumed it was wrong.
Model trains.
If you've no more questions, could...
Oh, no. Thank you for your help. Oh, you'd better pass me an ashtray. I'll burn this form.
Sir Skeen, have you used a sanatorium committal warrant without entering it in the register?
Why?
And one of the clerks has complained that the number of the last warrant on the pad doesn't agree with records. Do you know anything about it?
Yes, I used one.
But that was highly irregular.
I've got a highly irregular case.
It's got nothing to do with it. Who was it for?
No one. I made it out in case the witness proved awkward. It wasn't needed.
Well, lucky for you it wasn't. What did you do with it?
Burned it.
You'd no right to use one in the first place. You know the procedure.
I wrote it. Anyway, I thought I had a free hand.
Why didn't you consult me first?
Would you have approved?
No.
Oh, there's your answer.
I would have been prepared to overlook it had you made progress. This interim report of yours is most unsatisfactory, Suski.
It is only interim.
Supposing Nero wants to see it?
Don't show it to him. He's not in charge of the health ministry. Our reports are our affair. What's so unsatisfactory about it?
You've wasted a whole week looking for a non-existent girl.
I don't agree that I've wasted time. I have proved that she doesn't exist. Now, that narrows down the field.
Narrows it down to what?
That's what I'm working on now.
Don't talk in riddles.
The riddles are not of my making.
What sort of riddles?
Valeri received a light sentence because he confessed to crimes of subversion and provided the state prosecutor with information on his friend's activities.
Yes.
Then how is it that Nero hasn't made any arrests yet?
Well, maybe he has.
No. We'd have heard about it.
And he's still building up cases against them.
Well, from what I've heard, Nero doesn't work like that. He grabs them first and works out a case later.
How Nero runs his department is no concern of yours. All we have to do is to find out how Valeri escaped to make damn certain it doesn't happen again.
And to find that out, I must talk to Valeri's friends.
And I absolutely forbid it. If Nero's watching them, he'd have my pension. And yours.
He'll probably have them anyway, the rate we're going.
And Nero's going to make trouble for us. He's putting pressure on our minister.
Why should Valeri be so important to him?
How should I know? Perhaps he wants him questioned again. Perhaps Valeri supplied his department with false information. Well, there could be 101 reasons. And none of them are any concern of ours.
Talking to Valeri's friends would clear up one thing I'm unhappy about.
What's that?
The exact date Valeri was arrested.
You have the file?
Yes. But the manager of a restaurant which Valeri often used is convinced that he saw him in his restaurant after the date on which he was arrested.
Well, you must be mistaken.
No, I don't think so.
Was he with anyone?
Yes.
Who?
We didn't know. But whoever it was, he's interested in model trains.
Sounds as if you've been having your leg pulled.
No.
So, what do you propose doing now?
Well, if I can't see Valeri's friends, I'd like to see the one person who probably knows him better than his own father or mother.
And who might that be?
His pre-trial interrogator.
I'm sorry, that's out of the question.
Why?
Who do you think supervised Valeri's interrogation?
One of Nero's staff, I suppose.
No. It was Nero himself. Now do you understand?
Look, am I only getting half the story about Valeri? Why is he so important?
I don't know. Why should we worry?
Might have some bearing on his escape. Nero did the actual interrogation?
Most of it.
What's Nero like?
Ambitious.
But he's reached the top.
Not quite.
So, he wants to be chairman.
Well, the chairman is getting on a bit. Even the papers mention that he wants to spend more time with his roses.
And a spectacular series of successful trials would endear Nero to the central executive.
Possibly.
I'd still like to see him.
No.
He could answer some questions about Valeri.
Which you won't get the chance to ask.
Well, perhaps there was something he missed during the interrogation. Some little thing that didn't seem important at the time. He'd be grateful if I highlighted it.
Forget it, Suskin. In fact, I think it would be a good idea if we were to scrap this investigation altogether and tell the inquiry that we don't know how Valeri escaped. At least we'd be telling the truth.
But look, if this case is important to Nero, wouldn't he be expecting an approach from us? If we don't, he could use it against us at the inquiry. He could always say he had information on Valeri that might have been useful to us and that we didn't even bother to ask him.
Very well, then. You can see Nero.
Thank you, sir.
But for God's sake, don't upset him. Don't go taking photographs of his office or anything.
The thought never entered my head.
Have you ever met him?
No, not personally. I once heard him speak at a symposium. He seemed quite pleasant.
Oh, he is. But he'd chew you up and spit you out before breakfast if he felt like it.
We'll see.
Now look, Suskin, old chap, you can't take curves at those speeds with goods trains. You derail the nuts. And you've gone through that signal.
My control box keeps sticking.
Nonsense. Model trains are just like humans. They require that delicacy of touch. I get the distinct impression that you don't approve of my hobby.
I didn't say that.
You don't have to. The art of interrogation is building as much on what a man does not say as what he does say. The difficulty is to get him to say what he doesn't want to say and then getting him to believe it. That's why I like my model trains. I can make them do exactly what I want them to do, when I want them to, and how I want them to.
I see.
Do you? You know, I have this feeling that you're thinking what a silly hobby I have, playing with model trains.
Oh, no. I believe Goering was keen on them, too. Anyway, a man needn't feel sensitive about his interests.
It was my cooperation you wanted.
My chief told you why I wanted to see you, didn't he?
Yes. I hear you've lost Valeri. Careless.
He escaped.
Well, I didn't suppose that you'd let him go, although I must admit that I was tempted to do so when I had him.
Oh, he was difficult.
You could say that.
Is that why you took over the interrogation personally?
My dear chap, I had one of my best men dealing with him, and in 2 weeks of intensive work, he got nowhere, and so I took over. The confession took 3 months. 3 months of hard work, and now he's free.
What did he confess to?
We were after two things. A confession that he was publishing subversive literature by writers expelled from the Writers' Union, and we were also after some information on his colleagues.
What made him change his mind about confessing?
We did a deal with him. Light sentence in exchange for information.
Which he provided.
Of course. That's why we're all so upset about Valera's escape. He could be in danger from his friends. My department maintains a full awareness of its responsibilities.
Then why not arrest them on the strength of Valeri's confession?
It has to be checked.
It's 2 months since his trial.
Suskin, if you're making oblique references to the efficiency of my department, perhaps I should remind you that it was not my department that allowed him to escape. Because it's absurd that my department should be responsible for prison camps, and yet our most dangerous criminals go to sanatoria controlled by the health ministry.
Perhaps I could see this confession.
Well, I don't see why you shouldn't see our file on Valera. We'd better go down to Central Records and dig it out. There's about 200 hours of interrogation tapes there, if you want to listen to them.
Yes, if I may.
Right. Well, I'll just shunt this fellow into a siding and we'll go down. We'll have to get a pass issued to you first.
If you would just keep your head steady for a few seconds, please, and try not to smile. Thank you. I'll just fill in the rest of the pass while we wait for the photograph. Will Mr. Suskin be looking at other files, sir?
No, just the Valeri file.
Purpose of visit to view file number 40557-20.
How about the tapes?
Oh, yes, you'd better put down and associated tapes on his pass.
Yes, sir.
You know, you're lucky, Suskin. We usually take a month to issue a new pass.
The photograph is ready.
Now, you must wear the pass all the time you're in the Central Records area, Suskin. If you take your jacket off, transfer it to your shirt. Understood?
Yes.
Here's your pass, Mr. Suskin. You must wear
I've
it all...
told him. Okay? Well, let's go and find that file. What was that number again?
40557-20.
It's along here, I think.
This place is vast.
Yes, there's one file per citizen. Most of them only contain copies of school reports. Even so, 200 million files do take up a bit of room.
I've heard of it, of course, but I had no idea it was this size.
I once toyed with the idea of microfilming the lot, till I discovered it would take about 100 years, by which time everyone referred to would be dead.
Did you lock your filing cabinets at night?
You try locking 10,000 filing cabinets every night. It's easier to lock the doors. Anyway, there's always a duty officer around, 24 hours a day. What were the last 2 digits of that number?
-20.
16, 17, 18, 20. This is it. The red tab means that the file is still active. It cross-refers to the files we're building up on his friends.
Jan Valeri, male, born Warsaw 1935, parents refugees, came to this country in 1939.
His parents were prominent party members in their own country. They worked on our Polish broadcasts during the war.
Degree in economics, editor of several university publications, unmarried. Arrested April 1972, charged with the publication of material by himself and persons unknown which insulted the government and peoples, etc., etc. Arrested in the university library.
Think all that might help?
Yes, I think so. I'd like to hear those tapes, please.
Well, let's go over to one of the booths and I'll show you how to work the playback computer. Bring the file, you'll need it.
What's the playback computer?
Oh, our pride and joy. All the interrogation tapes in the library are stored on a central computer. All you have to do is to sit in a special booth and you have something like 60,000 tape recordings at your fingertips just by pressing buttons. Before we had this system, investigations used to take ages. Here we are. This booth should do. That's right. Now you sit at the console.
Yes.
There's paper in the drawer there for notes. Now then, turn to the back of the file. That list is a brief synopsis of each recording made during the interrogation sessions. And the number in this column is the acquisition number for each tape. Now, all you have to do is to select the tape you wish to hear, punch the number out on this keyboard, and the tape will be played over that speaker. And that switches this booth through to the computer.
It says standing by on that screen.
What tape would you like to hear first?
The first session you had with him.
Right, I'll just punch out the number, like so. And that's all. You have to give the computer a few seconds to locate the tape. Now, hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Any second now. Good morning, Jan. Take a seat.
I've not seen you before. What happened to the other one?
A cigarette?
No. Thanks. Who are you?
Oh, just another cog.
But a bigger one.
What makes you think that?
You wear a more expensive suit. You smoke more expensive cigarettes. And the guard called you sir.
Well, you are perceptive. If you ever get up... There you are, Suskin. You could stop, play back, or advance the tapes with these controls. Now, I think you can manage?
Well, it seems simple enough.
Right. Well, then I'll leave you to it.
Oh, could I see you tomorrow? I may have some points I'd like to go over with you.
I should think so. But I must go now. You have a friend coming to see me with a replica of Stephenson's rocket.
A missile?
No, the world's first steam locomotive.
Let's try this one. Mm-hmm.
I've told you. I don't know. I don't know.
Have some coffee.
I don't want your coffee. What time is it supposed to be?
You have a watch.
Watch? Oh, yes. Miracle of science. My watch.
What do you mean?
My watch has now been running for 3 days without winding. It's odd.
Jan, listen. I'm the only one left you can trust. Even your watch is unreliable. I'm your only friend now.
You? A friend?
Your so-called friends are lying about you, Jan. I refuse to believe them. But others might. Others more powerful than me. Believe me, Jan, I want to help you. But you must help me. It's the only way we can fight them. We must fight their lies with your truth.
Let me sleep. Sleep. I don't care what they're saying, whoever they are.
But you must care, Jan. You must care about yourself. I care. I don't want to see you convicted on trumped-up charges, based on the evidence of those who don't have the right to call you a friend.
All I want is sleep.
Sign here, Jan, and we can both get some sleep. Sign here and you've beaten them. They're out there, Jan. They think they're safe. I've heard them. That fool Valeri. We can say what we like about him to get out of trouble. Just a few strokes of the pen and we can sleep. Warm. No one to disturb us. Just sleep. Long, long sleep. Feel this pen, Jan. Feel how light it is. It's nothing, is it? Just a little piece of plastic. Try drawing a line. It's so simple as writing your name. See how easily it writes.
That's odd.
Try drawing a line. It's so simple as writing your name. See how easily it writes. A little piece of plastic.
That's it.
Try drawing a line. It's so simple. As simple as writing your name. See how easily it writes.
Mr. Suskeen? Mr. Suskeen?
Oh, hello. You startled me.
Oh, I didn't mean to, but I have to check a date given during an interrogation session. All the other booths are booked, and my section leader asked me to ask you if
you want to use this booth? Yes, certainly.
It won't take a minute.
I've come to the end of these tapes anyway. At least I think I have. This last one seems to end rather abruptly.
Perhaps there's something wrong with it. Shall I try?
Yes, if you would, please.
Which one were you playing?
The last one on the list.
Your turn. Let me sleep. Sleep. I don't care what they say.
No, it's on a bit.
Try drawing a line. It's so simple. As simple as writing your name. See how easily it writes.
There you see.
It is a bit odd, isn't it?
Would there be any more tapes?
Only these on the list. Have you played them all?
Oh, no, most of them didn't seem important, except this last one.
I'll take its number if you like and have it checked.
No, it doesn't matter. Now tell me, where would I find a copy of the confession and trial transcript relating to this file?
Aren't they in the file?
No, they're only mentioned, but there's a cross-reference to another file.
Oh, really? Let me see. Jan Valeri. Oh, I see.
What?
It's just that the confession and transcript are in a separate file.
Yes, I had worked that out for myself. Perhaps you tell me where to look for it. Is that the number, LA 49906?
Yes. The LA prefix stands for limited access. I don't think you'd be allowed to see it.
Why not? Why not?
The LA files are kept in a separate registry. Only heads of sections are allowed to see them, and they have to get each other's signature on the requisition form. It's a Form 822 available from room 897.
God, what a performance.
It's the system.
All right, then can you get me this form? Now, look, you see this signature on my pass? General Nero himself. Now, he's taking a personal interest in this investigation. Do you want me to report you to him?
But you don't understand.
What don't I understand?
The LA files...
What's your name?
The LA files, they don't exist.
Don't talk such rubbish.
It's true. The LA files don't exist.
Then why have them numbered and classified?
Well, it's the system.
Suskeen, I want a word with you.
What about?
I understand you've been bullying one of my girls about the LA files. Is that correct?
Yes. Jan Valeri's confession and trial transcript. I wanted to look
I don't care who or what it refers to. I showed you the file you could use. What was wrong with that?
It didn't include a transcript of Valeri's trial.
You've no right to go poking your nose into affairs that don't concern you. How could seeing the transcript help in finding out how he escaped?
I could only answer that after I read it.
Listen, Suskeen. It was because of your department's inefficiency that Valeri was able to escape in the first place. We've done all we can to help with your inquiries. This is how you repay us.
Very well, but I don't see how seeing
That's just the trouble, you don't see. Well, I'll tell you what I see, shall I? The sooner my department gets control of your sanatoria, the better. Even after we've secured convictions, it's not the end of the story. We often need access to your inmates for questioning in relation to other crimes under investigation. And your doctors deny us that access. They trot out feeble excuses such as their patients are not fit for further interrogation.
That's not my concern. Our doctors are granted reasonable independence. They say that new inmates have often been inhumanly treated by your department. And from what I've heard of the Valeri tapes, I can well believe them.
Give me security. Immediately. Your pass, Suskeen. Hello, security. General Nero. I want you to revoke visitor's pass number 8745 from 1350 hours. If the holder hasn't surrendered it by that time and left the building, you must carry out a full intruder search Category A and place him under close arrest. Is that understood? Thank you. Here's your pass, Suskin. You have precisely 5 minutes to get your things and get out.
I specifically told you not to upset him, Suskin. There's been a flurry of memos between Nero and the Central Executive with copies to me. My head's on the block, and it's all your fault.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's no good being sorry. The whole future of this department is in the balance. My only hope is that we can salvage something of our reputation by finding out how Valeri managed to escape. Nero's going to have some pretty nasty things to say about our efficiency at the inquiry.
Which will produce a neat smokescreen for his own inefficiencies.
Nero inefficient? How?
I don't think Valeri did confess.
What?
I'm certain his trial was a sham, if indeed there was a trial.
What makes you think so?
The fact that I couldn't get hold of a transcript or a confession. For the simple reason that there was no trial and there was no confession.
But Valeri received a light sentence because he confessed.
No, Nero did the next best thing. He fixed a light sentence so that Valeri's friends would think he had confessed. It served two useful purposes. Firstly, there was a chance that it would frighten Valeri's friends into making a wrong move. And secondly, it covered up Nero's failure to obtain a confession.
Which is all very interesting, but I can't see what it has to do with Valeri's escape.
But at least we know now why he escaped. He probably thought he wouldn't be free for long, just long enough to get word to his friends that he hadn't betrayed them.
He could have written to them.
Nero thought of that, remember? He contacted the sanatorium governor direct and told him to stop all Valeri's letters.
I think you're building too much on flimsy facts. All the evidence points to a confession by Valeri.
The best piece of evidence would be the confession itself. Now, where is it? And another thing. Valeri didn't betray anyone in over 200 hours of interrogation. They used some pretty nasty methods, too.
So, what do we do now?
There's a suggestion in my latest report.
I didn't take it seriously. Neither should you.
Why not?
Well, it's a crazy idea.
Absolutely.
It's never been done before.
All the more reason for trying it out.
I'm responsible for everything that goes on in this department, and I'm certainly not prepared to accept responsibility for the consequences of your harebrained schemes.
Supposing I went ahead with it while under suspension. If anything went wrong, you could produce my suspension notice and deny all knowledge of my activities. If things turned out according to plan, we could forget the notice and you could take the credit.
You really think I could accept such a scheme?
You don't have to accept it. You will have no knowledge of what I'm up to. I've typed out my suspension notice. All it requires is your signature. You can keep it in your desk until needed.
The idea is sheer lunacy, Suskin. I can't possibly permit it.
Why not, Governor? I even went to the trouble of arriving with an armed escort.
I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to mix with the patients.
I only want to mix with one.
No.
You have no choice. All the papers are in order. I prepared them myself.
The warrant says you are to be committed for an indefinite period.
I'm prepared to remain here until I find out how Valeri escaped.
You'll be wasting your time. Whatever method he used, he kept it to himself.
I'd like to share a room with Dansky.
Impossible. He's been moved to another room with another patient.
Then move him back again.
Well, what if I refuse?
I'll have you relieved of office. The department has given me a free hand.
I shall take the matter to a tribunal and plead gross interference by security.
What have you to hide?
Hide? Oh, don't be absurd. Why should I have anything to hide?
Why should you object to accepting me as a patient?
Because you are not a genuine patient.
According to those papers, I am.
The patients will recognize you from previous visits. I don't suppose shaving off your beard will fool them.
Why not? It fooled you. And you've always seen more of me than the patients.
It only needs one patient to recognize you. It'll be all over the place in 5 minutes. Gossip is a fine art in here.
I'm prepared to chance it.
Well, I'm not. I don't want to upset our routine.
Another escape would do that nicely.
There won't be another escape.
If I found out how Valeri did it, I could always try it out myself.
That would be interesting.
Then I take it you agree.
Well, as you said, I have no choice. Besides, I'd like to see you match your wits against Valeri's.
Why the long silence, my friend?
Oh, thinking.
Oh, it does no good in this place, brooding all day. You must find something to occupy your mind.
I can't paint.
Neither could I, until I learned to treat colors like words. The difference between writing and painting is not as broad as you might think. The colors have to be of the right strength, placed in the right place, in the right sequence. What were you thinking about?
Oh, how much longer I'm likely to be stuck in this place.
It's strange how prison can fulfill man's basic needs. Food, warmth, shelter, human companionship, and even solitude. All that matters in the end is that there should be companionship. Don't you agree, my friend?
All I want to do is escape.
Escape from what? This place is only an honest version of the outside world. The walls may be cold and grey, but at least you can see them, touch them, focus your attention on them. In here, you know what your boundaries of freedom are. Outside, all is vague.
I prefer a vague outside world to this.
Yes, your sanity is a most precious possession. You have a duty not to torment it.
My duty to my sanity, as you call it, tells me I must escape. Or at least try.
You know, you remind me of a friend who shared this room with me. He was desperate to escape from the day he arrived. Jan, dear Jan.
Jan? Jan Valeri?
Yes. You've heard of him?
Oh, only gossip. That he managed to escape.
Oh, is that what they're saying? If only they knew.
Knew what?
Do you think the sky is too dark? Perhaps a little more white here.
Knew what?
Yes, I think more white.
Look, you must tell me, how did Valeri escape?
Or is it all right, is it? Now, steady, my painting. Please, what are you doing?
How did Valeri escape?
You're tearing my smock.
I'll tell you if you don't tell me.
Tell you what? You're hurting me.
Are you going to tell me, or do I wring your neck?
My friend, you mustn't raise your hopes about escaping. It's impossible.
Valeri managed to.
Oh, you've smudged my painting. All right, I'll tell what little I know. If you promise to give up the idea of escaping, we could get on so well together.
I want to know about Valeri.
Well, before he came here, Jan was having an affair with the governor's daughter.
What?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Did Valeri tell you this?
Oh, I knew already. She came to see me before Jan was arrested.
What for? What for?
To take away the manuscript of a book I'd written.
A book?
She told me how Jan got to know her for that specific purpose. Despite that, she was very fond of him.
Yes, of course. The governor must have had quite a shock when he discovered her letters to Valeri forwarded here.
Jan never received letters.
That doesn't mean they weren't sent.
Oh, I suppose not.
What happened to him?
Well, one day, the governor sent for him, and that's the last I saw of him.
And you kept quiet?
Yes.
Why?
Well, for the simple reason there's no one here to listen, unless you want to spread gossip.
Didn't you worry about him? He was your friend.
What good would worrying do? Where are you going?
I'm going to escape.
Yes?
Patient Prokop to see you, sir.
Who? Oh, yes. Send him in. Come.
Patient Prokop, sir.
Ah. Come in. Sit down. See that we're not disturbed, please.
Sir.
Well, Suskin, I was wondering when you'd want to see me. Enjoying your stay?
I found out about Valeri.
Have you indeed? Well, I think that calls for a drink.
No, thank you.
Well, you don't mind if
Go ahead. I now know the truth.
Well, you are a clever fellow. Cheers.
What did you do with the body?
Oh, really, Suskin, what did you do with the body? You sound like a cheap melodrama.
Well?
Well, as I don't know what body you're talking about, I can hardly answer your question.
You murdered Valeri when you discovered he'd implicated your daughter in his activities.
Well, that's a fascinating theory. Do you have any more? Or did that one exhaust you?
I'm returning today to question your daughter. Meanwhile, I'm placing the matter in the hands of the police.
Well, why should they be interested?
They're always interested in murder.
Who said there'd been a murder?
A careful search will reveal that.
Oh, I see. You'll search West Berlin, I take it?
West Berlin? Why?
Well, that'll be the best place to look for Valeri.
What are you trying to tell me? That Valeri didn't escape?
I'm not trying to tell you anything. I thought you knew all the answers.
Don't play games with me, Governor. What do you know about Valeri?
He married my daughter in West Berlin yesterday.
Married her? Well, now I'm beginning to see.
Excellent. Let's drink to their future happiness. What are you doing?
Calling head office.
I'm sorry, Suskin. You're not calling anyone. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to make a call from the outer office. Now, please don't interfere. Please unlock this door.
Rule 45. The governor must ensure that the door is locked on the outside when interviewing patients in his office. I believe you wrote that rule, Suskin. Aren't you pleased your directions are carried out to the letter?
You forget, I am not a patient.
Really? My word, there must be some mistake. Let me see now. No? No, there's no mistake. Here's the committal warrant for one William Bruckhoff with an excellent photograph of you. The papers are signed by a chap named Suskin.
But you know...
perhaps you'd like to peruse them?
No, thank you. It seems I'll have to wait until
And here's another interesting paper you ought to see.
I am not interested.
But you should be. It's a letter I've just received from the Central Executive. Well, I'll read it anyway. In accordance with the government's administrative rationalization policy, well, I like that, the chairman of the Central Executive has approved a plan by the Department of Justice to transfer responsibility for corrective treatment sanatoria from the Health Ministry to the Office of the State Prosecutor under the direction of General Nero.
Yes, sir?
Have this man return to his room?
Yes, sir.
Just think, Bruckhoff. Just think what a splendid security manual you can write now. Written with inside information.
In Rules of Asylum by James Follett, Suskin was played by Vernon Joyner, the Governor, Manning Wilson, Nero, Francis de Wolfe, Dansky, Cyril Shaps, Suskin's chief, Brian Haynes, Jan, James Beattie, restaurant manager, Godfrey Kenton, the librarian, Betty Huntley Wright, Alex, Neville Jason, interrogator, John Challis, Zoe, Rosalind Slater, and the archive clerk, Diana Bishop. The play was produced by Margaret Ettle.
This is BBC 7.
Well, if you're scared of flying, the next 90 minutes are going to do nothing to allay those fears. And you can thank James Follett for that. Anything that can possibly go wrong, goes wrong for Flight 510.
Listening to station WNYA, time 8 p.m. Still no sign of an end to the JFK fuel operative strike. Union boss Jim Ryan is now threatening Transair flights unless Mayor Cohen intervenes. But it now seems certain that Brizzy Mansion won't be drawn into the arena. Air temperature 47 and steady. It's a cold November night in New York, with Queens and Brooklyn getting their first snow flurry. So here's old Blue Eyes to warm us up.
Strangers in the night, yes, mate. Dead thinking glances, wandering in the night. What were the chances?
Okay, I'm coming.
For the night.
Everett?
Captain Everett, this is the hotel switchboard. I have a call for you from Kennedy Airport.
Hold it, I'm dripping.
Captain, this is operations.
Look, hold on a second, just got the shower. Yes?
Are you ready for your flight plan details, Captain?
I'm trying to do three things at once here. Pencil. Okay, I've got one. Right, go ahead.
Well, surprisingly, you've got a headwind component, so you've got a long flight time.
Yeah.
Flight level 330 to Gander, and then climbing to 370 for your oceanic crossing on track Victor. And then the usual airways routing. En route weather, not too good, Captain. Moderate to severe clear air turbulence for the first half of your oceanic, and a large area of thunderstorm cells from about 30 west.
Charming.
Terminal weather is not too good either. London, Heathrow, Gatwick and Manchester are all going in for a probability of thunderstorms with associated heavy rain. Winds gusting up to 35 knots. Prestwick's not much better either.
Thanks a million.
Pardon, Captain?
Oh, nothing. What level are the tops of these thunderstorms at?
35,000.
Great.
You'll be above them if you get your oceanic clearance for flight level 370.
And what are my chances of that?
Well, I wouldn't like to place bets, Captain. Newark, Washington, and Boston are all pushing out extra traffic for the London Trade Fair.
Oh, thanks.
Still, it looks like a profitable flight from Transatlantic Airlines' point of view. You've got a fairly full load. In fact, you are full. 352 passengers, 4,500 kilos of freight.
Oh, goody.
Well, it eases the monotony, Captain. Oh, yes, there is something else. We've still got a fuel delivery problem with this strike. You heard the news?
Yeah, there was something on the radio just now, but I missed it. I was in the shower. There seems to be lots of atmospheric disturbance about.
I think that's local. I'll check it out. The problem is, Captain, that you're going to have to uplift JP4.
Oh, hell.
I'm sorry, Captain. There's no JP1 fuel being pumped into Kennedy. Wide-cut gasoline is all we can get our hands on. Still, there is one consolation. A share out of what JP4 there is has been agreed on between all the airlines for tonight's flight, so you won't be getting much of the stuff.
How much?
Flight plan fuel, 68,000 kilos.
Oh, for God's sake.
68 tons is over flight plan. You're fine for London with Manchester as your alternative.
Now, look. If I'm going to have to feel my way along the curb among the thunderstorms on my track Victor, and have to contend with on arrival, I would like at least another 30 or 40 minutes holding fuel.
Sorry, Captain, but it's flight plan fuel or nothing.
Okay. Now tell me the good news.
I'm sorry?
Well, surely you have some good news after all that. Severe, clear air turbulence, thunderstorms, and JP4 in my tanks. It is only a few squirts.
Were you expecting good news, Captain?
Oh, forget it. I'll see you in the operations office.
Mary, will you please stop fussing?
The air tickets, Ted. Are you sure you transferred them to that suit?
Well, sure, I'm sure.
Well, show me, otherwise I'll worry.
Look, honey, passports, tickets, travel checks, hotel reservation, £100 in English money.
Oh, let me look at the money, Ted.
Well, what is this? Don't you believe me?
Oh, I'd just like to see what he looks like now.
Well, there it is, all in different colours.
They don't have 10 shilling notes anymore.
You, didn't have to wait all this time for a trip home, honey.
Oh, I didn't want to go without you. And you were always too busy. Anyway, I stopped thinking of it as home years ago.
Hey, what do you suppose English girls go for now instead of nylons?
Oh, I'll tell you one thing they don't go for. Something you've got now that you didn't have then.
Money?
Middle-aged spread, my sweet.
Why, you little minx, come here. It's going to cost you.
Oh, no, Ted, stop it.
Getting old, am I?
I didn't say that. Oh, Ted, put me down, you idiot. Joanna and Trevor will be here any minute.
You're not so light yourself.
Look, Ted, Joanna
Think I might shake the English reserve?
They're not preserved.
Nor am I. Excited?
For the 1000th time, yes. Oh, that's them. Now stop assing about and put me down.
Apologize.
They'll hear us.
Open it.
Not like this, Ted. We must look ridiculous.
Go on, you can reach the latch.
Oh.
Good evening, Miss... Oh. Are we interrupting something, Mr. Jackson?
No, come in. Good evening, Joanna.
Good evening, Mr. Jackson.
Hello, Joanna, Trevor. All right, Ted. You've proved your point. Now put me down.
Just proving something to Mary. Come in, you two.
Thank you. To yourself, more like.
Does he make a habit of that, Mrs. Jackson?
Thank God, no.
If you did, Mr. Jackson, I'd have to think about increasing your life insurance to protect your UK division.
You'll be the one who need increased insurance if you didn't bring those exposition plans.
Oh, you're not going to talk shop on the flight.
7 hours is not to be wasted, Mary.
I've got everything. The plans, copies of the Ministry of Defence contracts for the Hotspur guidance system for your approval, and growth forecasts for the next 3 years.
Don't worry, Mrs. Jackson. We'll plan your assault on Oxford Street and Bond Street.
Well, if you people are ready, I'll give you a hand with your cases. We've got a taxi waiting.
I tried to tell her if you're planning on buying a lot of clothes in London...
I can't really believe I'm going back.
But Trevor said you hadn't been home since you were married.
1947. I was a GI bride. Married the same week as Princess Elizabeth.
Didn't you get terribly homesick? I've only been here a week and I can't wait to get back.
I was ill with it the first year.
Come on, you two. This is the era of women's lip. Grab a valise each.
Excuse me, miss.
Just a minute, Captain. No, Mr. Pullen, your trunk definitely has not arrived from Grand Central. The bellhop will bring it up to your room as soon as it shows up. You're welcome, sir.
What have you done with my crew?
Oh, yes. They checked out before their wake-up call. Your flight engineer wanted to do some last-minute shopping. They said they'd be back in time for the airport pickup.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Captain. Have a pleasant flight home.
Hello, Skipper. Getting worried about us? It's all Taft's fault.
Hey, look
at that, Captain. 2 Batman suits for the twins. $15 each.
Well, I should keep them on the flight deck for this trip. They might come in handy.
Why's that?
Flight plan fuel with register diversion, track Victor, moderate to severe clear air turbulence, a headwind and thunderstorms en route and arrival, and we're uplifting JP4. Try repeating it without smiling.
I'd better cable my wife.
The strike?
Yes, that's it. One big fuel share-out.
It's what I've suspected all along. Someone in operations hates us.
I've considered having an attack of amnesia at the airport and going home on a British Airways flight as a passenger.
How much fuel?
68 tons.
Well, that's okay.
Oh, there's the airport coach.
I know it's silly, but I suddenly feel nervous.
Now, what the hell are you worried about now? You've flown all over the States last
But
year.
never over an ocean, Ted.
I know how you feel, Mrs. Jackson.
You're crazy. What's the difference between flying over land and over the sea?
But the Atlantic is so wide. That Liverpool boat took us 10 days to get here.
A crummy troop ship. It broke down about 6 times.
And what happens if an aeroplane breaks down?
Oh, I've made the crossing 20 times now, Mrs. Jackson. You'll find those Transair Orion Jumbos are the most comfortable aircraft you've ever been in. We'll be upstairs in the first-class section, with a spacious lounge and a bar behind the flight deck where you can stretch your legs.
Thank you, Trevor.
It's a pleasure, Mrs. Jackson.
Oh, I wish you'd call me Mary. Both of you.
Well, if Mr. Jackson doesn't mind.
Anything to keep her happy.
We've just passed 23rd Street.
The cabin crew are now being accommodated at the Park Century. It saves Transair 50 cents a night per head. Yes, that sleazy dump on the right.
Hey, look who we've got.
Who? Oh, yes, the tall blonde.
This year's Miss Transair.
Don't get excited, Taft. We used to have her in the European division. She's a one-woman ice age.
Yes, I know the type. Reserved for skippers. You two don't sound unearthly with me around.
Oh, get him. Good evening, Charlie boy. So they've finally made you up to the lofty rank of cabin service officer.
I applied over a year ago, Mr. Harmon. Evening, Captain.
Fitting reward, Charlie, for all those boring hours you spent watching stewardesses burning their knickers and escape chute practice.
Flight attendants, we're supposed to call them now. The Equal Opportunities Commission.
I'm not having any committee lecturing me on bird identification. If she's wearing a blue skirt, or better still, not wearing it, then she is a stewardess. Is she married?
Who, Captain?
Miss Transair, whatever her name is.
Oh, no, Captain, but I once saw a smile at a British Airways skipper.
Oh, we can't have that. No, they can find their own.
It was a very lukewarm smile.
Yes, I shall go and speak to her about it. Dazzle her with my charm.
50p, you get nowhere, Skipper.
You haven't got 50p.
You haven't got charm, so who's arguing?
Good evening.
Good evening, Captain.
I don't believe we've flown together before.
We haven't.
I saw your photo in the staff magazine a few weeks ago and you were made Miss Transair.
Really? That's a coincidence. I remember seeing yours a few years ago when you were married.
Well, I was a late starter. We're separated now.
By 3,000 miles of ocean?
By her solicitor and my solicitor. Yes. My first name is Stephen. I didn't catch yours.
I didn't drop it.
I'd like to know something about my cabin crew.
Very well. I'm 27, hazel eyes, 5'10". My hobbies are pony trekking and skin diving. And if you'd read the rest of the print under my picture, you would have seen that I never mix my social life with my job.
your flight briefing sheets, Captain.
Thank you. Anyway, I don't care if she's the chairman's mistress. That's not the way to talk to a skipper.
50p.
What? Oh, well, I've only got a fiver. I'll owe it to you. What's this? The runway 28 right vases at London, the US. See, what that girl doesn't realise is that a skipper isn't exactly that influence. I mean, her future could be in my hands.
I suppose she'll let you get them on anything else.
Did you say something, Jeff?
Look, you give me the fiver, and I'll owe you the £4.50.
Those localisers are still out at Manchester. What the hell are they pouncing about at there?
Well, if I'm not wanted, I'll go and start my checks.
And I'm off to the lounge for a coffee and 10-minute sulk. Oh, try and get the aircraft's present position right when you load the inertials, Pat.
Oh, cheek.
What's up with him?
His bashful boy routine just came unstuck in an encounter with a stewardess.
Let me guess. The one from the European division, Miss Elaine Parsons?
That's the one.
I've heard, gentlemen, but don't quote me, that she's saving herself for the first Concorde skipper that even glances at her.
In that case, our Stevie Wonder's in with a chance.
How's that?
Oh, haven't you heard? He's bought himself a rabbit's foot and bid for the Concorde Transair have ordered.
Steve Everett, you gotta be kidding.
Straight. Him and 20 other skippers, senior to him.
Cabin pre-taxi check complete, Charlie. All galley and cabin service equipment secured, toilet doors closed, door areas clear. All passengers secure.
First class cabin pre-taxi check completed, all passengers secure.
Okay, thank you, ladies.
We're getting behind. Clearance delivery, Jeff.
Kennedy clearance delivery. This is Transair 510, IFR to London with information Tango.
Roger, Transair. This is Kennedy clearance. Kennedy clears Transair 510, Sardi 1 with Hampton transition. Information Tango, squawk 2200, departure frequency 121.1.
Roger, Kennedy clearance. Transair 510 is cleared to London on a Sardi 1 departure with a Hampton transition. Squawk 2200, departure frequency 121.1. Clearance delivery obtained, Skipper. Control surfaces and spoilers.
Control surfaces and spoilers checked.
Inertials. Waypoints inserted and checked and nav mode selected. Brakes. Both checked. Normal selected.
All secured aft, Captain.
Chocks and ground equipment.
Chocks and ground equipment away.
OK, ground. Chocks away on the hour on schedule.
Steward's report received.
OK, ground. We're now ready for a pushback.
Thank you, Captain. I'll show you the ground lock on the port side. Have a good trip.
Isn't that the ground engineer who likes to shove us backwards at Mark 1?
We're moving, Ted.
You're going home, Mary?
No, I'm leaving home.
Where the hell did they find that ground engineer? Oh, if that's the ground lock, Sonny, hold your torch on it so we can all see it. Good lad. OK, Jeff, we're on our own. Taxi clearance, please.
Kennedy ground, this is Transair 510 requesting taxi.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Kennedy ground control. You're clear to the holding point at 31 left.
Clear on the right, Skipper.
Clear left. I'm going off radio, Jeff, to talk to the customers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain Everett. We're now making our way down to the holding point and will be taking off shortly. We're making a left-hand turn immediately after takeoff and flying up the coast towards Boston. Those of you on the left should have a good view of the lights of Long Island, and those on the right will have a glimpse of Manhattan.
68%, please, staff. Flaps, slats.
Flaps, slats selected to take off 20 degrees.
Engine reversers.
Engine reversers checked. Lights out. Radios. Radios tuned.
Radios
tuned and identified. Kennedy VOR number 2 selected and identified. 252 radial in the window. Kennedy Tower, this is Transair 510 requesting takeoff.
Transair 510 monitor tower.
Right.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Kennedy Tower. You're cleared for takeoff.
Miss, could we have some more coffee here, please?
Yes, sir. I'm fetching some more.
Well, that was a better meal than last week.
We'll have one evening in London when I'll take you all out of the best
Oh,
restaurant.
thank you, Ted.
Bring that works manager you've hired, Trevor, and his wife.
Coffee, sir.
Ah, thank you.
Oh, darling. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. I'll get a cloth.
No, it's okay. This'll do.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. If you let me have your
Don't
jacket,
worry. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, my dress!
Seems we're hitting a few pockets.
Look, I'm sorry. I'll go and get something.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
An accident?
Coffee all over too in row 6.
Oh, they were a bit vicious.
Oops! Oh, I was praying for a smooth trip. It's the wrong time for me. A few more bumps like that and you'll hear the rattling noise from all the aspirins I've taken.
I'm sorry to trouble you, ladies and gentlemen, but in view of this continuing turbulence, it would be advisable if you remained
he's
in
put
your
the
seats
cabin
for the time
signs
being
up.
and kept
More
your
work for
seatbelts
us.
fastened.
Hello, girls. I'm managing.
We've just about got dinner cleared away, Charlie.
I know, love. You should see what it's like below in the economy classes. Shambles. Absolute shambles. Sorry to trouble you, Captain, but I was wondering how much longer this is going on for. I still haven't started the film.
Don't let us stop you, Charlie.
Well, it's no good me starting these old Mark 1 projectors with all this banging about. They'll only jam, and I'll break my neck trying to rethread them, sir. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Sounds like a disaster in the bar.
You know, I think he holds me personally responsible for this weather.
There. Are you sure that'll be all right now?
Yes, it's fine. Don't worry, it wasn't your fault. Will it be like this all the way across?
Oh, I hope not. Well, if you're sure it's all
Yes,
right.
it's fine. Thank you.
Gander, this is Transair 510 requesting oceanic clearance for Belfast on track Victor. Flight level 370, Mark 82.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Gander. Gander clears Transair 510 to Belfast on track Victor. Flight level 330, Mark 8.
330, Taff. With all these thunderstorm cells lying in wait.
Roger, Gander. Transair 510 is cleared over St Anthony to Belfast. Track Victor is 330, Mark 82. Track Victor reads St Anthony 53 north, 50 west, 54 north, 40 west, 55 north, 30 west, 55 north, 20 west, 55 north, 10 west, Belfast.
Could we have our meal trays now, please?
Certainly, Captain.
Roger, Transair 510. Return to domestic frequency.
They've left most of it. Look.
Eventually, you'll learn the uselessness of trying to please flight deck crews.
Oh, has Charlie abandoned the film?
Yes, those stupid projectors.
Trevor? I can't sleep because of this buffeting.
Try.
It's easing up a bit. Is it often like this?
What's the time? About halfway across now. Clear air turbulence never lasts all the way, but this lot has gone on longer than usual.
God, what a long slog. I'm beginning to understand the reasoning behind Concord.
There you are. It's calmed down a bit. You see it doesn't last.
Sorry to trouble you again, Captain, but what are the chances of this lasting? I was hoping to start the film, otherwise they'll be wanting their money back.
Bit late, isn't it?
Well, we've taken the best part of 600 quid for headsets, and most of the passengers are awake.
We'll be into some Q&M in 30 minutes. I'll keep the cabin signs on.
Ah, thank you, Captain.
I'm not doing it for you, old son. We have to thread our way through that little lot. Look at the weather radar.
Solid. Absolutely solid.
Some coffee, Charlie, before we're into it.
The captain would like some coffee, please, ladies.
Oh, is the buffeting over for good now, Charlie?
Oh, I imagine so.
Then we're resuming cabin services?
No. Not just yet.
Roger, Transair 510. Your request for flight level 370, negative.
Roger, Gander. This is Transair 510, maintaining flight level 330.
Let's hope Shanwick are more obliging.
Yeah, if we're able to call them through this interference is getting worse. We've got no HF communication.
Your coffee, gentlemen. Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
I just saw sparks jumping off the windscreen wipers.
St. Elmo's fire. We're running into an area of thunderstorms.
Isn't it dangerous?
Oh, that's nothing. You come up in 30 minutes, and then we'll show you something that'll really make a hair stand on end.
Oh, no.
I was about to tell her that the windows may have turned blue by then. No sense of humour, these girls.
Have a listen on radio, Skipper. My eardrum's being blown out. Must be building up around every antenna.
Captain, I'm getting some weird readings on the engine vibration meters for number 4. I thought it might be a harmonic set up by the pounding the wings were taking just now, but the meters are starting to creep up. It might be an idea to run a...
I felt that.
What the hell was that, Taff? Fire action, number 4 engine.
Fire action,
number 4 engine.
Number 4 engine, HP fuel cock. Shut.
Number 4 engine, fire control handle pulled.
Number 4 engine, low pressure fuel cock checked. Shut.
Stopwatch started. First shot. Fired.
LP cock switch. Shut. HP fuel valves, both shut on affected side. Hydraulic shut-off cock, shut.
10 seconds.
Immediate action completed and checked, Captain.
Fire warning lights still on.
Captain, the aft cabin is
Hold it, Charlie, hold it.
Sorry, sir.
20 seconds.
Doesn't look as if it's going to work.
25. 26. 27. 28.
Fire second shot.
29. 30. Number 4 handle turned anti-clockwise. Second shot fired.
Warning light out. Reset and test fire warning system. Yes, Charlie?
SSB.
What happened, Captain?
We had to douse a fire in number 4.
Oh? Oh, that's what the passenger must have seen. The aft cabin steward has reported that some passengers are saying they saw a sudden sheet of flame from the right-hand outer engine.
A secondary fire action drill completed from checklist, Captain.
What do you suppose it was?
A fan disc broke up, I expect.
Don't look so worried, Charlie. We can soldier on quite happily on 3.
Aren't we turning back, sir?
No, we've passed our critical point, old son. Taff, it doesn't feel as if there's any abnormal drag, but you better go right aft into the tourist cabin for a visual. See if anything's hanging off that might cause problems.
OK, Captain.
Oh, and pass the word to Gander, Jeff. Looks like we're going to have to deviate left of track to avoid that lot.
Sorry, Skipper. Still can't talk to anyone with all this St. Elmo's fire.
Have you noticed that the engines sound quieter?
We thought you were asleep. Mr. Jackson's well away. It's probably a slight change in pressure that's affecting your ears. Hold your nose and blow.
No. They're definitely quieter than they were.
Oh, God, it's starting to get bumpy again.
Shall I open my blind?
You won't see anything.
Look! Lightning!
Look at it, Trevor. We must be in the middle of a thunderstorm.
Now, don't be silly, Joanna. They're flying around it. That's why the aircraft keeps backing.
What's happening, eh?
Look at the lightning, Ted. Isn't it fantastic? You can see the clouds lighting up from inside.
You've woken me up to look at lightning.
You woke yourself with your disgusting snoring.
I never snore.
It's funny being so near to a thunderstorm and not being able to hear it. Have you ever seen it as bad as that before, Trevor?
No.
But doesn't lightning mess up their radio?
That's what I was thinking.
It was a fan disc, all right. It must have blasted turbine blades all over the place. There's no sign of the thrust cone and reversers. And I got a look at the front. The air door inlets are in shreds. Anyway, there's nothing hanging off the engine.
300,000 for a new engine. Oh, bang goes our profit-sharing bonus. Any luck, Jeff?
Nothing. Just blasted crackling, Skipper. HF and VHF bands all completely blotted. Maybe we can persuade Robertson to stop a new engine out of Taft's pay.
Captain, we seem to be getting through our fuel much faster than we should. Did anyone look at the fuel gauges while I was gone?
Swallow it all down.
Oh, thank you.
Give it 10 minutes. It always works for me.
Oh, I never thought it could ever be like this.
If it's any consolation, this is the worst trip I've known since I started flying.
This is only my 5th flight. I'm seriously considering making it my last.
But you must have seen something, Taff. You must have been streaming off the wings to have lost that amount.
It was some minutes after the engine break-up that I went aft. If the jettison chutes can dump 10 tons in 5 minutes, riddled wing tanks could easily lose that in half the time.
How much flying time have we?
Well, the totalizer shows...
I said flying time. You're going to have to make some very fast and very accurate calculations.
I can tell you now, about 70 minutes, but I'll have to double-check.
According to the flight guide, our nearest ocean station vessel is the Arctic Vigil weather ship, 400 miles to the north.
And we're 700 miles from Shannon.
60 minutes fuel, Captain.
Thank you, Taff. I suppose that removes the burden of having to make a decision. We ditch by the Arctic Vigil. Distress calls on all frequencies, Jeff. 121.5, 2182, 8364, and domestic.
It's all right. They're both asleep.
It was the night. Piccadilly was crammed. I lost my boyfriend and my left shoe in that order. It was murder. People were singing and dancing and going completely wild. God knows how many times I was grabbed and kissed by strangers. And then this American sergeant noticed I'd lost a shoe.
So Mr. Jackson wasn't an officer?
10? Oh, no. And he'd only been made a sergeant the week before.
Oh, my God, what's happened?
What the hell was that?
The wingtip's on fire! Look!
Trevor! Stewardess! Trevor, get one of the stewardesses!
It's no good, everyone trying to call the stewardesses. Sit down, Trevor, and you, Ted.
Why the hell do we have to fly with this crummy outfit? We're gonna crash.
Mary's right, sit down!
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please remain in your seats? There is no cause for alarm. Captain Everett has everything under control. Please go back to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
Where are they? There you are. The fire's going out.
Our outer surge tanks are on
Warning
fire. We
lights
have
out,
insufficient
Captain.
fuel to reach Shannon. This is Transair flight... Oh, blast. This is useless, Skipper.
That bloody JP4. You can come off radio, Jeff. Now, let's concentrate on getting down in one piece. What about this aileron, Taff? I can't hold her straight even with rudder.
No pressure on all systems. I've got the figures for you. If we go down at 50%...
Yes, Captain. We're going to ditch in 25 minutes, Charlie. Brief your staff and get the passengers ready. Interphone is set for ditching. Report as soon as you're ready.
Yes, Captain. You're all absolutely clear about your duties.
Yes,
Good, good. Watch carefully for those able-bodied passengers who remain calm when the captain makes his announcement, and get them to help with the life rafts and to assist the elderly into their life jackets. Understood?
Yes, Charlie. They're just like doctors. They won't tell you what's the matter.
I'm certain we're losing height.
Where the hell are the stewardesses? Miss! Miss, we want to know what's going on here.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your complete attention, please? This is an emergency announcement.
What?
We shall soon be forced to make an emergency landing.
Oh, my God.
Please remove ties, collars, remove dentures, contact lenses, glasses, and high-heeled shoes. Put your chair back in the upright position and stow your table. Your life jacket is under your seat.
Where?
Put it on, but do not inflate it until you are outside the aircraft.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Take your teeth out, Ted.
How are you supposed to wear this thing?
Trevor, I haven't got one.
It slipped down on my side, honey.
Do you all have a cushion each?
I can't get it on, miss.
Oh, just a minute, please, sir. Do you all have a cushion each?
Yes, thank you, miss.
How the hell am I to tie this behind my back?
Oh, no, sir, don't pull that. You were told not to inflate your life jacket. Oh, hell.
I'm sorry.
Would you like me to help while you give out the cushions?
Oh, would you? Make sure that they're tied properly and that they don't pull that red knob.
Right.
Thank you. Sir, would you help with the life raft?
Sure, what do I do?
Well, I'll be back in a minute. Do you all have a cushion each?
Are there any life?
No, madam. No, madam. The tabs that are passed around you. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Captain Everett, ladies and gentlemen, we have full control of the aircraft and will be making a controlled landing in 20 minutes. We have plenty of life rafts, and we broadcast our position to rescue services.
There you are.
Please follow the instructions of the cabin crew at all times, and please study your safety instruction card.
What card?
Passengers who do not have a cushion, please hold up one hand.
Why all this fuss about cushions? Where are these life rafts?
Thank you.
Just read your card, Mr. Jackson.
Hey, Mary, what the hell are you playing at down there?
I'm helping these people. Now be quiet. And take your teeth out.
Attention, everyone. When the cabin signs are flashed and you hear the command, brace, brace, place the cushion on your lap and take up the bracing position as shown on your safety instruction card.
I haven't got a card.
When the aircraft is stopped, unfasten your seat belts and leave quickly by the nearest exit. Leave your hand baggage.
Can't do
And
that.
remember not to inflate your life jacket until you are outside the aircraft.
And you, Jeff, will call take up ditching positions over the PA at 1,000 feet, and then call brace, brace at 200 feet, and flash the cabin signs at the same time. Landing lights on from 2,000 feet for landing parallel with the main swell. Landing configuration will be gear up, of course, full flaps, 150 feet permanent rate of descent from 1,000 feet. I'll keep the passengers fully informed at all times, and keep the wings parallel with the water, not the horizon. I'll rotate to nose up 5 degrees and close throttles immediately on contact with the water.
Understood. One suggestion, Captain.
Yes?
That we scrub round the fuel jettison. We're in static. It's virtually petrol, that JP4, and we're nearly down to unusable fuel anyway.
Okay, fuel jettison deleted from checklist. All right, lads, start top of descent check.
Very clever. I often wondered what was behind these roof panels.
Just pull that red toggle on the lanyard and the entire life raft pack will lower itself onto the floor.
Okay.
Is that it? No. Just steady it.
Can I give you a hand, miss?
No, it's all right, sir. Thank you. We can manage. Please remain in your seat.
Oh, very well.
We'll carry it to that overwing hatch there.
It doesn't look as if it could hold 26 people.
You'd be surprised at their size when they're inflated.
It's all academic, really.
What is? I'll show you how to attach the inflation lines.
All this? I mean, you can never practice a real ditching, can you? We could all be dead in half an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching 10,000 feet when we shall depressurize the aircraft. Try swallowing if you experience any discomfort in your ears. Oxygen is not necessary at this height, so the masks will not appear.
10,000.
Right, depressurize, Taff.
Depressurizing. Preparation for ditching check completed.
All first-class galley switches off. Emergency water containers filled. Loose equipment stowed in toilets.
9,000 feet.
All first-class life raft in position. Survival packs removed.
Flaps, slats. Flaps, slats selected to take off 20 degrees.
First-class cabin survival beacons and first aid kits collected and secured.
Aft cabin.
All passengers secure. Cabin preparation complete.
Forward galley.
Everything stowed, Charlie. All services off.
Steward's report.
Cabin preparation complete, Captain.
We've just passed 5,000 feet, ladies and gentlemen, and everything is going smoothly.
Hold my hand, Ted.
Sure, honey.
You haven't taken your teeth out.
Approach check completed, Captain.
Looks like these bloody storms go all the way down.
Soon find out, old son.
Trevor!
All cabin crew to ditching stations.
Something to tell your grandchildren.
It's your kindness that I'll always remember.
Don't say anything.
Landing lamps.
Landing lamps on. Bloody hell. Hey, what's the matter with the radar?
Hell, look at that water.
Yes, I've looked. Worrying about the radar takes my mind off it.
1,500 feet. Cabin fully depressurized and resealed for buoyancy. Ditching check complete.
1,000 feet, Jeff.
This is the first officer. Take up ditching positions.
Oh, my God.
Level, Jeff. Level, that's it.
180 knots.
Parallel with the swell. Now hold it there.
4 seconds between the crests.
150.
6 seconds between crests. We'll time them across the lights when we're lower.
500 feet.
140 knots.
3, 4, 5.
Brace! Brace!
Right down, Ted. Get your head right into the cushion.
5 seconds, Jeff. Start rolling. Port down. 2, 3. Level, level. Starboard down. 2, 3. Keep it like that, Jeff. You're in perfect phase.
God, what the hell are they doing?
Trying to keep the wings parallel to the waves. Now shut up.
100 feet.
You're out of phase. No, no, no. Come on, level.
They aren't regular.
Start again. That's it.
Why don't they get it over with?
That's fine. Now keep it like that.
Can't. I'm getting out of phase.
Next crest. Steady. Steady. throttles.
HP cock's shut! Hey, look at that! The impact must have torn the engines off!
Charlie!
Yes, Captain.
We've lost the engines, which might give you extra time. But don't use the aft doors for evacuation. She's settling by the tail.
You could, sir, because it makes it easier for everyone to get through.
Will you please sit down and be quiet?
Leave it, Ted. There won't be room in the raft.
We need those documents, Mary.
I said leave it.
We can't launch the life raft if you crowd round the exits. Please sit down.
It's gonna sink. It's gonna sink.
Do not inflate your life jackets until you are outside the aircraft.
Would you all please sit down? Not on the life raft, in your seats.
Is this a raft?
Yes, sir, that's a life raft pack.
Will you all sit down and be quiet? You are in no immediate danger, but you will be unless you behave in an orderly fashion.
Look, there are lights out on the wings. They're getting them out below. Why aren't we getting out?
It's more difficult clearing the first-class cabin because we're higher. Now, will you please sit down? All of you.
No! Please, I'm not ready.
Please come away from the exit. The stewardess can't launch the raft if you don't give her room.
Come on, Charlie.
Will you sit in your
Fine,
seat?
Captain. I came up because it sounded below like you needed more help.
Oh, we'll manage.
Sit
You better get below again.
Come on, get the kids out of here.
You told us to inflate your life jackets till you're outside the aircraft.
Have you seen my galley stewardess, Captain, Miss Caroline Moore?
No. Has she launched her raft?
Yes, but I don't know what she is.
Give her a hand with this one. Look, you hold the lanyard. You ready?
First class.
When you're ready, Captain, I'll count the rows out a few at a time.
Okay, I've got you. Onto the wing now. No, you won't. It's only a couple of feet. You can jump that. That's it.
We're loading raft 9 now, Mr. Davis. Do you need the spotlight on you?
Just for a minute, Charlie. Thanks. All right, now sit down and wriggle forward on your bottom. Never mind your dress.
Can't I stay on the wing? I want to stay on the wing.
Grab her, Charlie.
Where's Trevor? I want Trevor.
Now, come on, love. Just let yourself slide forward so I can get up into the raft. Nice and warm inside. Just like little igloos.
Trevor, where is he?
You're holding up the others. Now get into the raft before I kick you in.
Captain, your raft number and number aboard.
Raft 10, Charlie, with 12 aboard. I can take on more if anyone's overloaded.
Miss Parsons, your raft number and number aboard.
Raft 15, 19 aboard. Have you seen Caroline Moore?
Can I help?
Don't worry him now.
Yes, you can, madam. Count the numbers on these lists. My totals are at the top. But see what you make of them. Be careful with them. They're a bit soggy.
Right. Is Caroline Moore in your raft, Charlie?
No.
Well, can I check for myself?
But is your raft attached?
No,
Well, make it faster. This one, for God's sake, woman, haven't you any sense?
370.
Will you double check?
I did, yes. And your figures. You made it the same.
What's the total, Charlie?
370. It should be 371. 352 passengers, 3 flight deck, and 16 cabin crew. We'll have to get each raft to recount.
No, we'll have a proper roll call. We'll pull all the rafts into a tight circle, and you call out the names.
Steward Michael Littleton.
Here, commanding raft 5.
Stewardess Caroline Moore. Stewardess Caroline Moore. Caroline Moore, please answer your name.
First-class galley stewardess.
A little brunette.
Lane Parsons is worried about her.
Caroline Moore, missing, Captain.
Captain, can we have a light over here, please? Raft 15.
What's the matter?
Stewardess commanding our raft just climbed onto the wing. Tall, blonde girl.
Elaine Parsons is in 15.
Stupid bitch has gone back into the cabin. Charlie, give me the spotlight.
Right, sir.
Let's get it. Miss Parsons, you're to return to your raft immediately. Miss Parsons!
Do you want me to go after her, Skipper?
No, I better do it. You'll be too polite. Miss Parsons!
I'm up here, Captain.
You are supposed to be commanding a raft.
Then they'll just have to manage without me. I set the survival beacons and I made sure the passengers were all right.
Have you any idea what might have happened to her?
This door was her station.
Where the panic was.
She'd got the door open. I remember her yelling at the passengers to get back. The stupid bastards, they must have pushed her into the water.
We don't know that for certain.
Oh, it's obvious, isn't it? Why didn't we have any help up here?
Well, everyone went to their stations as per the drill laid down in the manual.
You could have overruled the bloody manual. Charlie came up, you could have got him to help.
Charlie had 300 passengers in economy class to worry about. Oh, come on, before this lot sinks under us.
Well, it doesn't look as if it's going to.
Any luck, Skipper?
Oh, all we want now is Taff on board. We might even try a takeoff.
No sign of her?
No.
Well, I've organised a rota for the beacon, so they're not all on together. Save the batteries.
Well, they last 48 hours. We'll be picked up long before they're exhausted.
Just being on the safe side. Still a lot of lightning around the horizon, so it's possible the beacons won't be here till it's cleared up.
But you gave our position before we came down. Didn't you? You said over the PA that search and rescue had been notified.
I said we had broadcast our position. But it's certain we weren't heard.
Oh.
Well, our HF and VHF was completely obliterated by the electrical atmospherics and the QNIMs. No, Shamwick have probably been having communication problems with all traffic. And it's just possible that they won't raise the alarm for another hour.
Well, even so. It still won't take that long before we're found. SAI aircraft have only got to fly along our route.
We are a long way north of track.
Why?
Well, we deviated slightly north to avoid some selves. And then the fan on number 4 engine broke up and ruptured our tanks. And that left us without fuel for Shannon. So we turned north for a ditching near the Arctic Vigil Ocean Station vessel.
And that's when the wing fire started?
Yes. Just gas in the tanks. And they were vented to atmosphere. That was inevitable, I suppose. The point is that we're far enough off track to add another 500,000 square miles of the area that SAR aircraft will have to sweep before they find us.
Shouldn't it be light now?
What are you doing, Ted?
Now, how do you unzip this? I want to take a look outside.
Leave it, Mr. Jackson, otherwise we'll lose heat.
I've been seasick for 2 hours. I need some air. Look at that, will you?
Oh,
thick fog.
Does anyone require more blankets?
Oh, could I have another one, please?
One here, please, Captain.
Everyone okay?
Fine, Captain. We've had some seasickness cases, but everyone's bearing up well.
Shouldn't we have been picked up by now?
Sometime today, Mr. Jackson.
Captain, what are the chances of running the galley burners from the battery so I could make hot drinks?
Oh. No.
Why not?
Because I say so.
I could at least try.
All right then, Miss Parsons. We'll go aboard and have a look, shall we? I think we'd better get one thing straight. You will not argue with me in front of passengers.
I was thinking of their well-being, Captain. You may not have an aircraft now, but I've still got passengers.
You mightn't have a job when this is over.
I don't know what your priorities are, Captain, but mine are the passengers.
In that case, you can move in here and help us to run things.
What?
Several passengers and other rafts have been taken ill. Now, Taff is at the moment checking the freight hold to see if this thing will stay afloat. And if it's safe, we're going to move them in here. So we shall need the batteries to run the lighting. Understand?
I'm sorry.
Just so long as we understand each other.
Still nothing. I had the aerial poking out of the window.
What are you doing with the portable radio?
Listen. It's like that across all wave bands. Nothing but noise. And something's messing up the radar.
And what about the aircraft's radio?
Just the same. We've got 10 survival beacons attached to the rafts, all squawking their heads off on 243 megahertz, and I can just about pick them up at 20 yards.
Oh, it doesn't make sense. No electrical storm would cause that kind of interference unless we're right in the middle of one, which we're not.
The only thing I can think of, and even that doesn't make sense, is that someone's operating an extremely powerful wideband jammer within a few miles of us. If the DF was working, we'd know for certain.
Why haven't we had an aircraft?
Oh, give them time.
Oh, God, it's cold.
Coach. Yeah, it's a fog. It's best if you close the cover.
Odd how the swell has virtually gone. OK, Taff. We'll start moving the sick into the aircraft. We'll keep them near the exits and have the 2 spare rafts standing by at all times.
Hey, did you hear that?
Sounded like engines.
Flares! Where's the flare?
Wait a minute. Shh. Jeff, did you hear that noise?
Definitely diesels.
Fire a flare, Taff.
Right.
Will everyone please keep quiet?
Or whatever it was, it's gone.
Oh, no.
But they must have seen the flare. Oh, God. OK, fire another.
Right, Joel.
There she is!
Now, what sort of ship is that?
Who cares? Just so long as it's a ship! Over here! Over here! Over
here! 67, 68, and stand your good space. Otherwise I'll lose count. 69, 70. Anyone not counted twice or not counted?
It was warmer in the life rafts. Why the hell are they keeping us on deck?
Give them time, Mr. Jackson.
370, Captain.
Thank you, Charlie.
They're all in good shape, but there's 2 women beginning to feel the effect of this wind. How much longer do you reckon they're going to keep us stuck here?
Well, if you know any Russian, you can ask this one coming down from the bridge. It looks like the captain.
What do you make of those aerial arrays, Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, sir.
Welcome to my ship.
Yeah.
I am Captain Cameron. I presume the 4 rings means that you're the captain of the aircraft.
Captain Stephen Everett of Transatlantic Airways. We'd like to thank you for picking us up, Captain. Most grateful.
I am extremely sorry that you have been kept waiting, but my men have been busy arranging your quarters. We had to clear out our entire sea deck to make room for you. That is why we have so much deck cargo. Have you, finished your count, Captain?
Yes, everyone is present. You speak good English.
Please, keep your passengers as they are in manageable groups. My men will show them to their quarters.
Come on, go. Get you down.
No, one group at a time, please.
Trevor, memorize everything you can about those antennae. You do the same, Mary.
What for?
Just do it.
Captain Everett, would you accompany me to my cabin, please?
And then the wing caught fire. Fumes from the damaged tank, I suppose. Anyway, we were gradually losing what control we had, so we had no choice but to ditch before we reached the weather ship.
Ditch is a new word for me.
And a new experience for me outside a simulator.
These documents?
That's load sheet and passenger list. Oh, that's the load sheet.
What does PAX, PAX mean?
That's passengers.
Passengers. 352?
Yes.
3 flight deck crew and 16 stewards and stewardesses.
Yes.
Which makes a total of 371. My men counted 370. They will have to count again.
Well, a stewardess was lost after ditching. It's thought she was pushed out of the exit by panicking passengers.
I see.
You have a motorboat picking up debris.
As soon as everything is cleared up, we will get underway.
I'm surprised you bother.
Life rafts are a navigation hazard, Captain. One could become entangled around the propeller.
I see. I'd be grateful if your men would recover the flight deck voice recorder before we leave. There'll be an inquiry and the recorder will be
That
used.
won't be possible.
Why not?
I am not prepared to risk my men
There is
in any
no
sort...
danger of an immediate sinking. God, it's remained afloat while you made up your mind whether or not to pick us up. It'll stay afloat for another hour.
I picked you up immediately, Captain.
Oh. But it must have been the Marie Celeste we heard. Yes. Except I didn't know the Marie Celeste had diesel engines.
Believe me, Captain, this ship is more of a reality than the Arctic Vigil, which left her station last week. She is now in Reykjavik.
Then my ocean station vessel information was out of date.
Either that or your story was not properly researched.
What the hell are you suggesting?
It is what my superiors are suggesting. They think that it's extremely odd that a transatlantic flight should be this far north.
Look, I've told you, we were put on the most northerly route, track Victor. I deviated slightly north of track to avoid an area of thunderstorms, and then I flew due north after our fuel loss. Well, if you recover the voice recorder, you'll hear for your...
Captain Everett, whatever it is that you're so anxious to prove to me does not matter. But the suspicions you have aroused most certainly do.
No idea what you're talking about.
This is a peaceful oceanographic survey ship, one of several operated by my country. But your country and the United States always seem to think that we have a military purpose. My superiors naturally have to suspect the worst first. That you were diverted specially to investigate the whereabouts...
All the stupid things I've ever heard. Well, you're crazy. Do you honestly think that an airline, my airline, any airline, would risk nearly 400 people to take a look at a ship?
What risk was there in diverting a few hundred kilometers north, Captain? You have the range. Isn't it so that the DC-10s, the 747s, and Orions can fly Los Angeles to London in one hop?
Yes.
Nearly 1/3 of the way around the world.
Look, we took off from New York with flight plan fuel. Just enough for London with Manchester diversion. 68 tons of fuel, that's half our total capacity. We didn't have the fuel they're messing about. Look, it's all there on the load sheet. Fin tank fuel, wing tank fuel, taxi fuel. Well, add it up if you don't believe me. No airline fills their tanks to the brim if it's not necessary. There's no point in burning fuel to hump fuel about that won't be needed.
It is not a question of me believing you, Captain.
Look, mate, I don't know how you operate, but my government does not use scheduled flights for espionage. They have no control over us.
Really, Captain?
Yes.
Well, that seems at odds with this information I've just received. Last year, your government purchased Transatlantic Airways.
Yes, well, we were in financial trouble.
Socialism to the rescue of capitalism, eh, Captain? Your government have also provided the cash for the Concorde you are taking delivery of next year. Am I correct?
So what?
So it would seem that your government have considerable influence over your company.
There's no point in arguing with you. Despite all this talk of closer friendship these days, you still have all the old suspicions and prejudices.
Not me, Captain. I am a scientist. But I can well understand the feelings of my superiors when I read you the names on your passenger list. You have an American on board, Edward Jackson, the head of international company involved in military electronics.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Plus, Trevor Deacon, managing director of his British company, the sort of man who would know what to look for if this was a certain type of ship.
I think you're mad. I think you're absolutely raving.
Cautious, Captain Everett, which is more than I can say for you. You were the one who risked the life of your passengers, not me. I only hope that the failure of your mission will not lead to an inquiry.
If you choose not to believe a word of what I've told you, that there's nothing I can do. But I'll tell you this much, Captain. As the skipper of an airliner, I was the one who was in charge. Not some commissar in an office thousands of miles away. Now, you may understand the English language, but there's one hell of a lot that you don't know about the English.
The decision to pick you up was mine and mine alone. I was ordered not to.
What? Well, I'm sorry, but... well, you didn't say.
We will both be in trouble, Captain. In 20 hours, you will be transferred to a merchant ship and taken to Iceland.
We've got this entire deck for ourselves, Captain. Now, I suggest that you, Mr. Davies, and Mr. Harmon have this cabin.
Right.
I'm spreading all the passengers and cabin crew between the remaining cabins and the main gallery, and the ship's crew are sending down mattresses.
Fine.
Will we be here long, do you think, sir?
Main gallery? What's that?
Well, it's some sort of hold, I think, sir.
How many in there?
Well, best part of 250. As soon as we've sorted ourselves out, I'll rig up a partition or something from spare blankets.
But they'll freeze in a hold.
Oh, but it's heated, Captain.
A hold?
Oh, yes. How long will we be on this ship, Captain?
Oh, 20 hours, Charlie. Where are Mr. Harmon and Mr. Davies?
They're helping with the passenger arrangements in the main gallery. Yes, well, it's pretty chaotic in there. I ought to be getting back.
It'll be very long now.
Haven't you got a bigger piece of paper than this?
Oh, will this do?
The first aerial, the one in front of the bridge, was a straightforward centimetric radar dish, right? Like this.
About 6 feet in diameter.
Did you get an idea of its waveguide dimension?
Too far off.
Did anyone?
What's a waveguide?
The second antenna array was the most interesting.
Hey, it feels as if we're getting underway at last.
The dish was pointing straight up.
And my guess is that it's for satellite tracking, either communication or navigation. It seems as if the captain's in one hell of a hurry all of a sudden.
It felt as if we'd hit something.
Rammed is a better word.
I was able to see everything from this porthole. They hoisted the motorboat aboard once it had cleared all the floating debris.
You picked up everything?
Yes, everything. Life rafts, survival beacons, food containers, the lot.
And then they rammed the aircraft.
Yes.
Well, I suppose it could have been a navigation hazard.
Oh, come off it, Jeff. 2 men went aboard. They'd have seen it couldn't have remained afloat for much longer. So why risk damaging his stern gear by ramming?
Well, what were the 2 men after?
I had a guess. The courier bin.
Oh, it was empty according to the load sheet.
I don't think the captain believes the load sheet. Let's move on. Next item, passenger welfare. Charlie?
They're all in good spirits, Captain. The meal was better than any of us expected. Toilets are adequate. There is one problem. Exercise.
I thought they were all too exhausted to worry about that.
There's 1 or 2 who'd like to go on deck.
Well, they can find their own way up. My God, we can't wet nurse
Have
all...
you tried going on deck, Captain?
No, why?
You can't. All the hatches to this deck level are locked. A passenger told me. I didn't believe him at first, so I went round myself. And he was right. Every hatch is sealed. They were only unlocked when the crew came through with the meal trolleys.
Well, I suppose it's reasonable that they don't want hundreds of people wandering all over their ship.
Was there any explanation from the members of crew, Charlie?
They only appeared when the food was brought through. I spoke to them, but they didn't answer. Probably don't understand English.
Either that, or they've been ordered not to speak.
Or both.
One thing's been worrying me since the ramming. Kamarov told me he'd been in touch with the RAF and had told them about the rescue.
So?
We've heard no search aircraft.
Right.
Now, it's possible they're still sweeping the ocean along Track Victor. And we couldn't transmit because static was blocking RHF. But that means if Kamarov is lying and he's told no one about it, search and rescue will think we've disappeared without trace.
Trevor. Is Joanna asleep?
Just about.
So's Mary.
I think everyone is.
I've been thinking about this hold, or whatever it is we're in. You're right. It doesn't make sense. Listen.
What?
Air conditioning. Who ever heard of an air-conditioned hold?
Refrigerated ships.
This isn't a meat ship. We've agreed on that. I'm beginning to think that you were right in the first place. Those antenna arrays. The delay in picking us up so they could empty this hold and put the equipment under cover on the deck. It all adds up. I've got friends in the Pentagon who'd give their right arms to be on this ship.
They can have my mattress any day. But they wouldn't learn much shutdown here.
If we're being transferred to a ship at 10 tomorrow, we've less than 12 hours to find out as much as we can.
If we're transferred.
What do you mean?
It's obvious. Put yourself in their position. Would you hand us over?
Well, that's a crazy notion.
Yes. I suppose it is. Just crossed my mind when you were talking.
Skipper. Daylight. Sun came out for a few minutes just now. I was able to get our bearings. We're still heading due north.
What does it matter? Hey, Taff, wake up.
Hey, what's the nationality of this ship that Kamarov is supposed to be meeting?
He didn't say. And I forgot to ask him. Does it matter?
No, I was just wondering what merchant ships operate this far north. We must be making 1 degree every 4 hours at this speed.
Yes.
Anyone for tea?
Oh, you lovely girl.
All right, you needn't get excited. I won't make a habit of it.
That's what I call a welcome sight.
Is that tea?
It was sent in on a trolley. A 50-gallon urn, by the look of it.
Oh, no milk, love?
Just lemon.
Oh.
Captain, you'll have to do something about arranging for some of the passengers to go up on deck. You've got a porthole in here, but it's becoming unbearably stuffy in the main gallery.
Well, you tell me how I can get in touch with the captain, and I will ask him.
I gave one of the men who brought the trolley through a letter addressed to the captain. From you.
Oh,
I said that you wanted to see him as soon as possible.
Come in, Captain Everett. You wish to see me?
Yes,
My surgeon tells me that your passengers are all well.
Yes, I would
The
like...
food is satisfactory?
Yes, it's fine.
My cook is in a great turmoil over the additional catering.
Yes, I'm sure. Captain, it would be appreciated if you'd allow passengers on deck for some fresh air.
No, Captain.
Well, naturally, only a few at a time would...
I said no, Captain.
Why not?
The surgeon has advised that they remain in the warm after their ordeal.
They were warm and dry in the life rafts. They're insulated...
The outside air temperature's 15 degrees below freezing. If I were to allow them up from below, they'd catch chills. Unlike you, Captain, I have their well-being at heart.
I'm talking about some able-bodied men and women who'd like to get a breath of fresh air. Well, you could lend them some great coats.
I am sorry, Captain, but it is not only question of the cold. We have a certain amount of high-voltage scientific equipment on deck. It would not be safe to allow anyone up from below.
Captain Kamarov, what exactly is this ship?
I have already told you, an oceanographic survey ship.
Then why is it festooned with complicated aerial systems?
Until our program was interrupted, we were using towed sonar instrument packages to map the ocean floor. The aerials are for tracking satellites to enable us to fix our position to within a few meters. Accurate navigation is essential for oceanographic survey work, just as it is for transatlantic flying. The name of this ship is the Novi Mir, which in English means the New World, the world beneath the waves. Now, if you will excuse me, I have work to do. The coxswain will escort you back to your quarters.
Now, here's another one.
So that makes a line right down this side of the hold.
Which I make 50 paces long.
50 paces. About 150 feet. Hello. This is interesting.
Yeah, I've already seen it. It looks as if this entire floor section is some sort of elevator. You better add it to the sketch.
Curiouser and curiouser.
12 o'clock. So where's this ship? You can't move that pawn. You'll be putting yourself in check.
I'll have your night, then.
You definitely said 10 o'clock.
Definitely. Your move.
Why didn't you ask him what the ship was?
He's not the friendliest of souls.
Hmm? You said he was quite reasonable.
Well, he's not. Your move, old son.
Right.
It's not locked.
Could we have a word with you, please, Captain?
Sure. If it's about the non-appearance of the promised ship, I know no more than you.
Do you, trust Kamarov?
Well, I don't particularly like him, but I see no reason why I shouldn't trust him.
He, told you 10 o'clock.
So, something's gone wrong. It happens.
Trevor here and I have been discussing what this ship is. At first, we thought it was one of the spy ships the Soviets maintain in the North Atlantic to monitor naval signals traffic. But we've changed our minds.
Then what is it?
Miss Parsons told us that you were unable to radio your aircraft's position and predicament both before and after the ditching. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a great deal of interference. Static. It's blanked out our radios.
Across all wave bands. The survival beacons and even your radar was affected, right?
Yes.
It all figures, Captain.
What does?
We've made a sketch from memory of the aerial arrays on this ship. You remember that one?
Vaguely. It's a radar antenna.
And this one?
I don't think so.
It looks very much like a directional jammer. Extremely powerful, we think. Powerful enough to jam all your communication systems. But the most interesting of all is this array aft of the bridge. It looks very much like part of a missile guidance system. These dipoles and elements are dummies to disguise its...
Come off it. All this is pure guesswork.
Educated guesswork, Captain. My companies make such systems.
Oh, for God's sake. Well, even if this ship is what you think it is, which I doubt, why the hell would it want to jam
Simple. Because it didn't want its presence discovered. If you managed to get a signal out, the captain would have had military aircraft buzzing around his ears before he had a chance to get clear. He was none too happy about picking us up, remember? It must have been quite an embarrassment having us drop in on his lonely spot of ocean.
Yes, that's true. No, the whole thing's too ridiculous to even...
You've heard of the cruise missile, Captain. It's the one thing that's threatening to wreck the latest SALT talks because no one can agree on its limitation. The cruise missile makes conventional intercontinental rockets obsolete. It's a small terrain-hugging delivery system that flies at a height of 50 feet, which makes it impossible to detect. Anti-missile systems are useless against it. It's small because, unlike rockets, it's air-breathing. Doesn't have to carry such a heavy fuel load.
Nor do they need underground silos. They're small enough to be launched from a ship. The Soviets don't have the lead we have with the Poseidon. Therefore, a ship-borne cruise missile would suit their book nicely.
So this is a cruise missile carrier, so what?
So it's a safe bet that we're not going to be handed over. It's also a safe bet that the captain has been ordered not to report.
This is the era of détente.
It's also the era of a massive Soviet arms buildup.
Can I ask something? The captain has kept us locked up down here. What have we seen that can't be seen from an aircraft that could worry his bosses?
We've seen things close, too. Close enough to recognize the dummy parts of those aerial systems.
It's certain. Our friends are not going to let news of their latest hardware out. Not until it's operational and can be used as a bargaining chip in the next round of SALT.
All right. Now, supposing you're right, there's nothing we can do about it.
Why not? There's nearly 400 of us.
And supposing you're wrong?
We're not wrong. If you want proof, come along to the main gallery. You can see the marks on the floor where computers stood until quite recently.
How do you know there were computers?
The entire gallery is heated and air-conditioned. Only computers and people need such an environment.
I don't know. Well, I suppose I can't stop you, but supposing you are wrong...
Then we can always apologize afterwards. If we're right and do nothing, there won't be an afterwards. It's as simple as that.
I suppose I could have it out with Kamarov and...
You might alert him. At the moment, we have the advantage of surprise.
And his crew have the advantage of guns.
Either you're with us or against us, Captain. By doing nothing, you're risking the lives of 370 people. We'll give you 15 minutes to talk it over with your colleagues.
Bloody hell. And what are you two staring at?
I think they're right. Crazy, but right.
You haven't had much to say for yourself, Taff.
No, it's your decision, Captain.
Oh, no. If a decision's going to be made, then it's going to be all three of us together. I'm not carrying this one alone. No way. On one condition. No one gets hurt.
That's our intention. But there's no guarantee.
There is one small problem. Elaine Parsons might not agree.
Won't she take orders from you?
Oh, not that one. Anyway, I've no right to give orders. All we can do is ask her.
Okay, then. Let's have her in and ask her.
Never. Never, never, never.
Well, at least give us a reason.
I don't have to.
Okay, we'll ask the passengers. Most of them are in favor. I expect there's a woman amongst them who'd be willing.
It's not fair to expect any woman to do it.
We can at least ask them.
Well, it won't work. There's always half a dozen who remain in the companionway while the others push in the trolleys.
Believe me, honey, Russian sailors are no different from other sailors the world over. Don't underestimate yourself. If anyone could pull them in, you could.
Oh, God. Well, what do I have to do?
Quiet, everyone, please!
Trolleys at the end of the companionway.
Stand by!
Oh, will you leave me alone?
I was adjusting your bunny tail.
I'll adjust something of yours in a minute, with my knee.
Show us your equity card.
Oh, shut up.
Everyone start singing! Now!
Okay, kid, you're on. Get out there and slay 'em.
Oh, God.
Nobody moves until I give the signal!
6 of them, and 4 outside.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Put everything you've got into it.
They're interested.
It's working. Come on, lads. You can't see her from there.
Here they come.
Now!
Their guns! Get their guns!
Okay, right.
That's it! Good! Now tie them up! Captain Everett! Yes? There's less guns than we thought. You'll have to manage with one for your engine room squad.
Right!
We're going to need at least 2 on the bridge.
Stravanovich! 075.
Да, капитан, 075.
He won't answer, Captain.
Что же он делает здесь?
One move or sound from any of you. Over there. Both of you. Place your hands on the chart table.
But why?
Check them for arms, Mr. Davis.
Why are you doing this? Why?
You were supposed to be transferring us to another ship 12 hours ago.
Okay, nothing on them.
There was a change. I'm on my way to rendezvous with the U.S. Coast Guard ship, the Emerson.
You're on your way below, where you've kept us imprisoned for 36 hours. Now move.
You're being extremely stupid. If you check this chart...
I said move.
Gyro compass. Rudder position indicator. These look like INS displays. Find you a couple of fuel gauges and you'll be happy, eh, Taff?
I suppose these are the throttles.
Looks like we're in business. Jeff, leave that communication equipment alone. We'll do as Jackson suggests and maintain radio silence until we're a day steaming from this area. We don't want Russian warships getting a fix on us.
Oh, it'll take me a day to figure this lot out anyway.
What do you make of this chart, Captain? Look, there's an English name marked in pencil. Emerson. See?
The only English name I'm interested in on that chart, old son, is Boston. Let's have a course and 95% power.
Coffee, gentlemen.
Oh, thanks, love. How's everything below?
Captain Kamarov is an extremely angry man. How do you like your new command?
Well, she's a bit on the slow side.
You still have a hankering for a Concorde?
After a ditching.
Well, it wasn't your fault.
It makes me controversial. The last thing they want. I have nightmares about reporters asking such things as, do you think you might have to ditch this aircraft, Captain?
Do you think we've done the right thing? Kamarov was raving that he was due to meet a Coast Guard ship.
You're welcome to bring coffee up here, but not your doubts. We're having trouble with our own.
What's that?
It's a teleprinter.
Oh.
It's been doing that on and off for the past 6 hours. Someone's trying to tell us something. Either that, or we're supposed to tell them something.
Same code groups as before, Skipper, with one slight difference. A string of question marks at the end of the message.
Don't you know what it means?
No.
Why not, Captain? You have the code books?
I had them sent down to Kamarov.
And what the hell for?
Firstly, because I'm not a spy, and secondly, because I don't understand Russian.
Those books would be useful.
We are handing this ship back to Kamarov intact with nothing taken.
You're not being realistic, Captain. The Russians would do the same.
I don't care what you think they would do. I'm only concerned with what we do. Those books stay with Kamarov.
Now, you listen to me, Captain. If it wasn't for me... What the hell's that?
We're open to suggestions. What do you think, Taff?
It's above the radar gear.
Well, try that switch.
It seems to be some sort of warning system linked to the radar. Yes, Captain, there's something approaching us. Too small and too fast for a ship. And too slow for an aircraft.
What is it, Captain?
Well, the only Russian helicopter I've ever seen was at the Paris Air Show.
I think it's a Kamov 26.
Eh?
Well, I've got a small boy who's dotty about helicopters. He's bedroom walls.
He's flashing lights at us.
Recognition signal, I suppose. I wonder how far he is from his ship.
He seems to be losing interest.
Yeah, he's probably going off to fetch his mates. Right. They know where we are now, so there's no point in maintaining radio silence. See who you can raise from the ship to ship, Jeff.
This is the Nova Mir, position 63 degrees 10 north, 22 degrees west. We have the passengers and crew of Transatlantic Airways Flight 510 on board. Is anyone receiving me? Over. This is the Nova Mir with the passengers and crew of Transatlantic Airways Flight 510 on board, safe and well. Position is 63 degrees on 0 north.
Well, I've never seen any reason to tell anyone.
Emerson. Do you want
How
position
old is he?
repeat?
7.
Over.
My mother looks after him when I'm
Yes.
away. The father was an officer then. He's a skipper now.
Emerson.
Does he know?
Oh, yes.
Yes,
But he
I'll
didn't
tell
want to. Anyway, it doesn't matter
Yes,
now.
I'll tell you.
It was a long time ago.
Well, all of us are like that.
Yes, I'll tell you.
Perhaps not.
Right.
Elaine,
Yes.
Righto.
I was wondering if, when all this is over, if
Skipper,
you...
I've contacted someone, the U.S. Coast Guard ship Emerson.
Emerson?
That's the name that's marked on the chart.
What did they say?
That they've been hanging around 66 north for this ship to show up.
Oh, bloody hell.
Our nearest ship is an Icelandic gunboat, which is on her way to pick us up and take us to Reykjavik.
Emerson.
Well, what's the matter? Isn't that good news?
Skipper, it seems we've stirred up a major diplomatic incident. They want us into the ship's lifeboats and our rafts immediately. I think you'd better speak to them.
That's enough in that boat, Charlie. Okay, lower away.
All life rafts inflated and launched, Captain.
Okay, Taff. Start loading your passengers.
Mr. Jackson, I'll have that envelope, please.
What's the matter, Captain?
That envelope, please.
Now, wait a minute. These sketches are...
I know what they are. Will you give them to Captain Kamarov, please? Otherwise, you'll be left behind.
Now, you listen to me, Everett.
I mean it, Mr. Jackson.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Are you ready, Skipper?
You better have these guns back, Captain. I'm sorry about what's happened.
I have lost count of the times you've said that. No amount of apologies will change what has happened.
But if only you had said something.
I did. You chose not to believe me.
You didn't tell me.
I was not given the chance.
What will happen to you?
I don't know. What about you?
We're waiting, Skipper.
Well, goodbye, Captain. everything okay in your boat, Jeff?
Fine, thanks, skipper.
How long before we're picked up?
2 hours.
I can't see our ship anymore.
She's altered course. That's her. Right over on the horizon.
I can hear jets.
There they are. 2 fighter bombers.
Aren't they on the wrong course to spot us?
Well, they're Aleutians. They're not turning. Doesn't look as if they've seen us.
They've seen the ship, though. They're diving on it.
Air-to-ground rockets.
Why?
Mr. Jackson knows, don't you, Mr. Jackson?
I never thought that.
Oh, you never thought.
But it's crazy they should do that. Kamarov told them on the radio that we'd handed the ship back.
And how did they know we weren't holding automatic to his head at the time?
Oh, God, look at it burning.
They're murderers, nothing but...
Are they, Mr. Jackson? Are you sure they're not following your philosophy? Act first to be certain, and if we're wrong, we can always apologize afterwards. Except this time, there's no one left to apologize to. Kamarov said that he told you he was heading for the Emerson.
Where would you draw the line, Captain, between trusting a stranger and being just plain gullible?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Is there anything you wish to add?
No. That's the whole story.
Okay. I'll get this report typed and let you see it first.
Well, what happens now?
Well, we've taken over this entire hotel. You'll all spend the night here. I've arranged for a flight to London for tomorrow. Sounds like another load of journalists flying in. Reykjavik's now crawling with them. Still, you should have a quiet night. The Icelandic authorities have been very helpful. This hotel is under tight security.
It was good of you to come out.
I was sent.
Can you send a cable to head office for me? To Smithers.
Sure. What do you want me to say?
That I'm resigning.
Well, wouldn't you like to think about it before
I'd like to get my oar in first.
Okay. I'll send it in the morning.
Smithers won't wait till morning to get shot of me.
Yeah, well, you get yourself a good night's sleep first, huh?
Captain Everett? Stephen?
Who is it?
It's me. Elaine.
It's not locked, sweetheart. Come in. Ooh. My mother warned me about girls who visit men's hotel rooms in the night. Now, you try anything and I'll scream.
You're drinking.
Oh, why should I worry about the 8-hour rule? I won't be flying tomorrow or ever again.
The operations manager asked me to give you this telegram. He thought it might be important.
They beat me to it.
What?
Oh, nothing, my sweet. Nothing.
Something's been worrying me.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
I know I should feel terrible about what happened, but I don't. It seems that somehow it was all a dream, that it never really happened.
Have you got a mole just above your navel?
How much have you had?
Well, have you?
Well, yes.
Then it happened.
Aren't you going to open your telegram?
Oh, what's the point?
I think I know what's in it. I'm sorry. None of it was your fault. The passengers have got up a petition saying that
It doesn't matter now. I've got enough saved to open a model aeroplane shop.
Richard would like that.
Richard?
My little boy.
Are you, by any chance...
I once resolved never to marry a pilot. Too many of my friends have to sit at home while their husbands are off on 16-day trips.
I don't believe it.
Show me. Subject to findings of inquiry into loss of TA 510, you will be required to commence Concorde training upon your return. Smithers. What's the matter?
I don't believe it.
Isn't that what you wanted?
Well, I don't know now, not after what you just said about not marrying a pilot.
Well, look, Steve. You're not going to be away for 16 days at a time skippering a Concorde, are you?
In Jumbo by James Follett, Captain Everett was played by Nigel Lambert, Elaine by Eva Haddon, Harmon by Leslie Heritage and Charlie by Hayden Jones. The stewardess was Deborah Page, Ted, Alan Tilvan, Mary, Jean England and Trevor, John Levitt, with Rosalind Adams as Joanna, Trader Faulkner as Komarov and Clifford Norgate as the operations manager. Jumbo was directed by Graham Gould and was first broadcast as a Saturday night theatre presentation in March 1976.
Fringe, Fridays and Sundays from 10 on BBC Radio 4 Extra.
The digital station for comedy, drama and entertainment. BBC Radio 4 Extra.
Now, bizarre coincidences spark a British nuclear submarine's preparations for all-out attack. Our feature-length drama, The Light of a Thousand Suns, from 1974.
Captain's log. His Majesty's submarine Cerberus, September 21, 1995, 1500 hours, North Siberian coast, Sector 18, Fjord 88. Position in accordance with mission requirements.
The Light of a Thousand Suns. Manning Wilson, John Rye and Ian Thompson in a play for radio by James Follett. The Light of a Thousand Suns.
Depth?
1004 meters, sir.
Keel clearance?
54 meters and steady. Even floor.
Stop engines.
Engine's still running, sir. We have a PCC reject on that last order.
Well, what's the matter, Captain? Computer seizing command of your submarine?
Just a minute, please, Mr. Floyd. You know my orders. No civilians in the control room when we're on manual control. Key error?
Very fine now, sir. PCC reject positive.
What the hell's causing it?
Positive reading on the inverted echo sounder.
Put it on my display.
What is it, Captain? A ship up there?
If it were, the computer would have shut off our sonar long ago. A narrow beam sweep, please. I want a profile.
Sweeping now.
Now, does that look like a ship, Mr. Floyd?
Hardly.
Ice. Not much, but enough for the process control computer to override a stop engines command when we're about to send up the antenna boys. And intelligence assured us there will be no ice in this fjord at this time of year.
I'm not responsible for Met Intelligence, Captain.
No, but I'm responsible for this submarine, Mr. Floyd, and I don't like incorrect data. Now, if this was an old Polaris-class submarine, I wouldn't mind so much.
Well, I can't wait to get out of it.
Why? The damn sight safer than where you're going.
How do we know the Russians haven't sewn this fjord up with submarine detection equipment?
Don't worry, Mr. Floyd. Our sonar buoy jamming equipment is most effective. And besides, if our detectors heard anything, the PCC computer would not have allowed us to proceed this far.
They could put a cork in this fjord and would be sunk, literally, or up the creek, equally so.
Drift?
Drift 0. Internal waves 0. Thermocline level at 24 meters. Sub-bottom penetration indicates a hard sea floor.
Okay, we'll sit on it. Take it down. Level keel descent. 1 meter per second.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Sinclair?
Sir?
Stand by to release your antenna boys.
Standing by, sir. 20 minutes to beacon.
You're not sending those boys up here, are you?
Yes, of course.
Supposing they're seen. Can't you suspend this pantomime you go through every 6 hours?
That is the one thing we can't do.
Open out a bit.
We may be putting you ashore, but we're still on operational duties. No matter where we are, the listening antennas go up, even if we were in the Solent. And if we didn't send them up on time, the process control computer would. Now, I don't like this situation any more than you do. I think it's madness to deploy a submarine such as this one for an intelligence mission. I said so at the time, but I was overruled.
My people tell me that this is the only submarine in service that can't be detected. I wish I had their confidence.
Why?
Once you put me ashore with my equipment, I feel I stand a better chance. I can merge with the background, something I'm supposed to be trained to do. I can't do that while sitting around in this iron coffin. It wouldn't surprise me if at this moment the Russians are trying to make up their minds which of their latest toys to drop on us.
They don't know we're here.
The amount of warm water our reactors are pumping out will be a dead giveaway to an infrared surveillance satellite.
The Russians don't have polar orbit infrared satellites at the moment.
They've plenty of aircraft, though. This area will be swarming with them once their exercise gets underway.
You know, your nervousness doesn't fit my picture of a...
An observer?
Yes.
I thought you were going to say spy. You can call me that if you wish. Spy is when they work for the other side. Agent is a more acceptable term if you must use labels from fiction.
Or Rose by any other name.
Look, my normal office hours are 10 to 4:30. I'm paid monthly, $10,000 a year. I'm allowed 40 per night subsistence with an additional 10 per night for overseas travel, making a total of 50 per night, of which 7 will be deducted during my stay on your submarine. Full allowance rates will only apply from the moment I set foot on Russian soil. Upon my return, I shall have to make out detailed expenses in triplicate. If anything should happen to me, my wife will receive a lump payment of 2 years' salary and maybe a posthumous OBE or something about 5 years later.
We've touched bottom, sir.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound rude.
It's me, being cooped up in this thing.
Oh, why did you volunteer?
I didn't. I was asked.
Why agree, then?
Release number 1.
Direct orders are a luxury only enjoyed by the armed services. In 6 weeks, I come up before a review board. Favourable word from them can add 7% of my salary and 4% on my pension, if I live to see it.
Release boys 2 and 3.
You really think it's dangerous here?
With 10,000 tons of tinware disturbing the local gravity, what do you think?
I think it's time we got some sleep. It's now 13:45. Mr. Sinclair?
Sir?
Are the antenna boys up?
Number 1's on the surface. They'll be shooting at it yet. 2 and 3 on the way up.
Lieutenant Sinclair, facetiousness is as unbecoming as a single ring.
Yes, sir.
I'll leave you to monitor the 1400-hour beacon. I'm going to get some sleep.
Aye, aye, sir.
I must ask you to leave the control room now, Mr. Floyd.
Sure.
Oh, and one thing.
Yeah?
HMS Cerberus is not 10,000 tons of tinware.
Huh?
She's 10,000 tons of titanium alloy and carbon fiber.
Really?
Accurate data, Mr. Floyd. Accurate data. Who are you? What are you doing in my cabin?
Stride. Leading technician Stride.
I can read a branch badge, Stride. Didn't they teach you how to address an officer?
Leading technician Stride, sir.
What are you doing in my cabin?
You reported a malfunction on your television, sir.
That was 3 days ago.
The submarine's closed-circuit television system has a low maintenance priority, sir. Some calibration equipment's been giving us trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Nothing much. We fixed it now, sir.
Why wasn't I informed?
Test equipment faults aren't notifiable.
Well, you should have requested permission before entering my cabin.
It wasn't locked.
That doesn't matter. Did you obtain permission to enter the command area?
No.
No what?
Sorry. No, sir. I'm due back on duty shortly. There wasn't time to find you. I found the door unlocked, so I assumed...
Never assume anything, Stride, especially with me.
No, sir.
However, as you've repaired my television in your spare time, I'm prepared to overlook it on this occasion.
A 3-day delay in repairing any equipment ought to be unacceptable.
Since when did leading technicians decide what is acceptable aboard the submarine? As I do not share the entertainment committee's enthusiasm for running old westerns, a 3-day delay is perfectly acceptable.
There was a good one last night. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Only 2-dimensional, but it's very good.
I first saw that 25 years ago, when I was courting.
Perhaps you missed some of it the first time.
Perhaps I did. And it's none of your business.
Yes, sir. Well, if you're happy with the television, I'd better be going.
Stride, wait a minute.
Sir?
Thank you for fixing the set.
There wasn't much wrong with it.
I was about to have a beer. Would you care?
Oh, thank you, sir.
There's some cans in that locker.
Oh, right.
You're an odd sort, Stride.
Why? Your beer, sir. May I sit down?
Yes. How long have you been in the Navy?
4 years.
Mm-hmm. How long in submarines?
4 years.
Do you like it?
Not so much in this sort of submarine.
Well, what other sort is there?
Oceanographic research submersibles.
Toys.
I think so.
This sort of submarine maintains peace. Without that, there'd be no time for large-scale research.
I always thought war was a spur to research. Sir. Why am I odd?
Research couldn't improve much on this submarine.
Perhaps. Why am I odd?
When I was your age, I went in terror of senior officers. If one asked me to have a drink with him, I'd be perched on the edge of my seat, quaking.
I can do a very realistic quake if you wish, sir.
Well, that won't be necessary. How long had you been in here before I came? Harrison, yes?
Control room. Lieutenant Sinclair, we haven't received the 1400-hour beacon.
You haven't? I'll be right up. Now then, Mr. Sinclair, what's all this nonsense about not receiving the 1400-hour beacon?
Nothing's come through on all three receivers. You can play the tapes if you don't believe me.
Don't be impertinent, Mr. Sinclair. Have you checked the receivers?
There's nothing wrong with them. I've just run some white noise tests.
Are the antenna boys still up?
You could hardly check the receivers with them down, sir.
Good. Well, then we'll carry out another test.
That's not necessary.
I don't trust these tests you people dabble with. I prefer something more positive, something I can understand.
White noise tests are standard procedure for radio receiver failure.
Standard procedure for you, Mr. Sinclair, is obeying my orders.
You haven't given any.
Don't push me, Mr. Sinclair.
I was only pointing out that I had followed the procedure.
Yeah, well, I've got another procedure for you to follow. Is the moon up?
The moon, sir?
Yes, sir, the moon. M-O-O-N.
Yes. Only 10 degrees.
Well, as long as it's there, that's all that matters. Now then, we're going to bounce a signal off it to test the receivers. Can you arrange a directional transmission so we don't advertise our presence to every monitoring station in Siberia?
Well, I'm not sure. I suppose we could. If you insist.
I do, Mr. Sinclair, very much so.
We'll need at least 30 minutes to set everything up.
You'll do it in 20.
And a lot of power.
I told you, Captain. Those Apaches were sure to turn mean if they discovered us.
I ain't scared of a bunch of redskins, Lieutenant. If we have to shoot it out, then we shoot it out.
Our orders are to assess their strength, Captain, not to stir up another Indian war.
You ain't scared of them, are you, Lieutenant? Because if you are, you ought to just take another look at our artillery, boy. I reckon they ain't gonna last. Attention all crew. This is Captain Harrison. We are about to test the emergency power system. All auxiliary power for non-essential activities has been suspended. This test will last approximately 5 minutes. Please remain where you are until normal power is restored. That is all.
Right, standing by to transmit. There'll be a 2.5-second time lag between sending and receiving.
Ready when you are, Mr. Sinclair.
On the count of 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Number 1 receiver positive.
Good. Now number 2.
On the count of...
Just press the button. Number 3. Well, now we know for certain. The satellite definitely did not transmit.
Ever know such a thing happened before?
Never.
You don't think...
Well, it's too early to jump to conclusions. Which satellite was it?
Cassandra 6.
And the next one?
Cassandra 2. Transit commences in 4 hours and the next scheduled beacon at 2000 hours.
Well, we'll know then. One way or another.
You know, perhaps Cassandra 6 has been knocked out by a meteorite.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah, but still a possibility.
Look, Mr. Sinclair, let's wait for the next beacon, As I said, it's too early for jumping to conclusions. You can haul the antennas down now.
Right. Retract antenna, boys. Retract antenna, boys.
Who's your relief watch?
Lieutenant Aitken.
Right, leave a message for him to call me 15 minutes before the next beacon. I'm going to catch up on my sleep.
Right, sir.
And you'd better restore auxiliary power. We can't have the crew deprived of their westerns. Captain's log. His Majesty's submarine Cerberus, September 21, 1995, 1500 hours, North Siberian coast, Sector 18, Fjord 88. Position in accordance with mission requirements. The scheduled 1400-hour beacon was not received. Routine tests on our radio receivers showed them to be functioning satisfactorily. It is presumed Cassandra 6 has been disabled by a meteorite. We're now awaiting the next beacon due from Cassandra 2 at 2000 hours. I am cancelling the operation to disembark the civilian Robert Floyd and applying Stage 1 alert standing orders. This action has been approved by the process control computer. Personal comments. The surrounding mountain profile of this fjord is exactly in accordance with the three-dimensional hologram. Charts are accurate to within plus or minus 5% for depth, and...
Captain, I'd like a word with you, please. What's the meaning
Mr. Floyd, I'm recording the log. If you wish to see me, kindly arrange with my steward.
What the hell's the idea of cancelling my mission?
Who said anything about it being cancelled?
My boat is not being made ready, and none of my equipment has been stowed in the escape pod. The single ringer responsible says he's been ordered to leave the gear alone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why?
Because I say so. Now, if you'll excuse me...
This mission of mine is not your responsibility. Your orders are to put me ashore at the proper time, which happens to be exactly 4 hours, 33 minutes from now. So you can tell that single ringer to break my gear out.
But don't you come in here lecturing me on my responsibilities, Mr. Floyd. You do well to remember that you have a responsibility to obey my orders while you're aboard this submarine. Now, kindly remember where you are.
The whole point of us being here in the first place is to put me ashore with my monitoring equipment. It's not me forgetting where we are. We haven't crept up this ditch for the scenery.
I have nothing further to add. If you don't leave now, I shall summon the Master-at-Arms.
Do you know the importance of this mission?
I am not concerned with the importance of your mission, only with the primary function of this submarine.
The Russians have a new coordinated fire control system for their tanks, mobile field guns, and ground-to-ground missile launchers. According to our reconnaissance satellites last year in Mongolia, the Russians wiped out over 2,000 Chinese tanks with fewer than 200 tanks and 4 rapid-fire missile launchers. We know they're going to use this system on the forthcoming exercise. We need to know a hell of a lot more about it. And the best way to find out is to monitor their short-range radio telemetry data links. The cunning bastards have deliberately picked this godforsaken part of the world for the exercise, knowing we've a snowball in hell's chance of listening in with conventional monitoring stations.
Mr. Floyd, I sympathize with you, but it changes nothing.
I don't want your bloody sympathy. I just want you to authorize the loading of my equipment into the forward escape pod.
Even if I gave the go-ahead, under the present circumstances, with the submarine in no immediate danger, the PCC would block any attempt to use the escape pods.
What present circumstances?
I cannot discuss that.
I remember the days when submarines were under the control of their captains, and not a box full of transistors and integrated circuits.
Yes, and I remember the days when submarines were lost at sea through human error. Without the continuous situation assessment capability of the PCC, we should never have been able to progress this far into the fjord.
I see. And your PCC cannot make a mistake?
No more than a musical box could ever play a wrong note.
You're just playing with words.
Yes, well, I'd rather that than play with the lives of 50 men.
50 men? So that's it. I knew there was something odd about this submarine. You hardly ever see the crew. The usual complement is about 300 men.
The PCC has replaced 250 men.
And you're next?
I'd like to get some sleep now, Mr. Floyd.
What exactly is this submarine, Captain? It's too modern to be a Polaris class, and you said something about it not being one earlier on.
Did I?
And yet it carries missiles. I noticed the launch tube caps on the aft deck as I came aboard, 10 of them.
Very observant of you.
It's my job. Something else I noticed. There are no periscopes. I always thought periscopes and submarines went together like roast beef and Yorkshire pudding.
I've never tasted it. This submarine has 2 operational modes. Either she's on the surface in home waters or she's below at 1,000 meters. Never less than that, and certainly never periscope depth. Therefore, periscopes are superfluous. If you want to take a look at the surface, we can send up a TV camera boy.
Is that classified information?
The fact that this submarine exists is classified information.
Just as I thought. I couldn't even find out what its name means.
Well, there's nothing classified about that. Cerberus, in classical mythology, was a many-headed dog which kept watch over the gates of Hades. Now, you think about it.
Thank you. And now perhaps you tell me why my mission has been cancelled?
That I cannot do.
You'll sign a form absolving me from responsibility?
Yes, I've recorded the cancellation in the log.
I could make a guess. This submarine is on some sort of alert?
We're always on the alert, Mr. Floyd. Only sometimes a little more so than at other times. And now I must insist that you leave this cabin. I've had no sleep for 20 hours.
Sit down, Mr. Wallace.
Thanks.
Now, what on earth is all this about? I received a message from your ambassador saying it was imperative I grant you an immediate interview. If it's that urgent, shouldn't your embassy deal with the appropriate ministry?
Well, this is a complex matter, Miss Arnott. We thought it best to come to you first rather than tangle with your civil service.
I'm a civil servant, Mr. Wallace.
Yes, but as director of the British Military Communications Group, you have direct access to your Prime Minister, correct?
That depends on how urgent the matter is, and the Prime Minister. We now have a new Prime Minister.
I believe he's a personal friend of yours.
Supposing you tell me what all this is about.
Do you remember our needle project of the 60s?
I'm hardly likely to remember what happened in the 60s. But I do recall reading about it. It attracted some notoriety, didn't it?
Yes. Several million metallic needles were injected into Earth orbit to determine whether or not it would be possible to screen radio signals controlling guided missiles. Other reasons for the experiment were put out at the time, of course.
Oh, yes. The resulting blanketing effect upset a lot of radio astronomers. But what's all this got to do with your visit?
Would you take a look at this, please?
A piece of aluminium foil?
I guess it does look like aluminum foil. Try bending it.
Good heavens.
Yeah. MIT came up with that stuff about a year ago. In addition to its mechanical strength properties, it was found to be the most effective screening material we've ever come across. It can stop anything right across the radio spectrum, even X-rays.
Even X-rays?
That's right. You see what this means?
I do indeed.
Supposing the Russians discover it as well. We know from the work they're doing on titanium-based alloys that they're as likely to stumble across it as we did. A load of this in orbit would wreck the radar and infrared homing systems on our advanced Zeus anti-missile missiles, making the Dew and Nudge lines as big a joke in the next war as the Maginot Line was in the last.
Can I keep this?
Well, guess so. You could test it for yourself.
We shall, Mr. Wallace.
It was essential we should discover how effective this stuff is under operational conditions.
Of course. Now let me guess. An experiment has gone wrong?
Well, yes, that's about the size of it, Miss Arnott. 200,000 pounds of the stuff, the size of postage stamps, was lifted into orbit at 1200 hours your time this afternoon. It was packed around an explosive charge. The idea was to detonate the charge in an orbit inclined at 80 degrees to the zodiac, well clear of the Earth. The stuff was so arranged to spread outwards in the form of an expanding disk. We were to make a series of high-speed tests to measure its effectiveness as the disk expanded. 1 hour after detonation, the stuff would be sufficiently dissipated to be completely harmless.
It sounds well conceived. What went wrong?
Well, the rocket was steered into polar orbit, and we were all set for the final orbit injection when we discovered the second-stage booster wouldn't separate. Several stunts were tried to get the darn thing to unstick, and somehow or other we managed to inject the whole goddamn payload into Earth orbit.
Oh.
A belt of the stuff is now in polar orbit, going from pole to pole at 90 degrees to the equator.
I see.
We're very sorry about this, Miss Arnott. Naturally, with all your communication satellites in near equatorial orbit, we're hoping the radio blackout for each satellite will only last for a few minutes during intersection with the screening belt. Of course, if you have any polar orbit satellites, it would be a different story.
I don't think so, Mr. Wallace. How long will this belt last?
At the present dissipation rate, it will be at maximum effectiveness for the next 100 hours. Naturally, your government will receive a formal apology.
Naturally.
We considered the matter urgent, just in case you have polar orbit satellites we don't know about.
Of course.
We believe all your satellite orbits are profiled on a central computer?
It sounds like a good idea.
This computer tape may be of assistance. It projects the radio shadow created by the belt over the next 100 hours.
Thank you.
It will enable you to determine when, where, and for how long your satellites will suffer blackout. The tape is in the Estall computer language. I believe that's the one you're using?
Nearly finished.
Yes, Miss Arnott. We're waiting for the computer to print out details on just one more satellite series, and that's it.
And which satellites will be the worst affected?
Well, none seriously so far. Irritating, perhaps. The longest blackout will be the Met Office's Eureka 7 from 1831 hours to 1901 hours on the 24th. Skynet 10, 1800 to 1810 hours tomorrow. On the civil side, Early Bird 20 will be off the air for 20 minutes on the 25th. Oh, bang in the middle of the Peru-Chile match. My husband will go mad. That'll be the results on the Cassandra series. Excuse me. Oh, God! Miss Arnott? come and look at this.
Captain Harrison, sir. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, sir.
Oh, what is it?
You left a message to be woken at 19:45, sir. Lieutenant Aiken's on watch. I bought you some coffee.
Oh, thank you. Tell Mr. Aiken I'll be in the control room in 10 minutes.
The civilian would like to see you.
Oh, hell. What does he want?
I don't know. He tried to come in when you were sleeping.
That reminds me. You left this cabin unlocked and unattended whilst I was in the control room.
Did I, sir?
You did. Don't let it happen again.
I'm sorry, sir.
Good evening, Captain. Did you sleep well?
No.
May I have a quick word with you?
No.
I have an idea.
Later.
It won't take a minute.
I said later.
I think you better go. He's not in the best of humours.
Oh.
I don't like having my moods decided for me.
You're not getting enough sleep, sir.
And you're getting impertinent.
I just warned Mr. Aiken that you are on the way.
You won't warn him. You will tell him.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Aiken. Anything to report?
No, sir. The antenna boys are up.
1 minute, 30 seconds to beacon.
I suppose you know we didn't receive the last beacon.
Yes, Mr. Sinclair told me. He's noted it in the control room log. He thought a meteorite may have knocked out the satellite, but it does seem improbable when you consider that each satellite has 3 separate transmitter receivers with independent power supplies.
That's my feelings exactly. Mr. Sinclair has a romantic streak in his nature.
60 seconds to beacon.
Why are these men still on duty?
They've swapped watches. Say the Western isn't a very good one.
Curiosity, more like.
Did you wish to supervise, sir?
No, you carry on, Mr. Aiken.
Run tape recorders.
Recorders rolling.
Receivers on.
Receivers on.
All channels.
Yes, sir.
40 seconds to beacon.
Stand by emergency power.
Emergency power standing by.
We'll have the amplifiers on maximum gain, please, Mr. Aiken.
Maximum gain.
We'll be deafened when the satellite transmits, sir.
Well, let us hope so, Mr. Aiken.
30 seconds to beacon.
Final check. Antennas.
Antennas standing by.
25 seconds to beacon.
Recorders.
Rolling.
Receivers.
Standing by on all channels.
20 seconds to beacon.
All systems okay and standing by.
15 seconds to beacon.
Pray, Aitken.
I have been.
10 seconds to beacon.
Quiet now, please.
5 seconds and counting. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sweet Jesus.
Quiet.
It won't come now.
Rerun tapes. Maximum amplification.
There won't be anything on them. Meters didn't even flicker.
Just obey orders. Rerun the tapes.
Sir.
He's right, you know.
Maybe so, sir, but he should obey orders no matter what.
Yes. It's something we must all do. No matter what.
With your permission, sir, I'd like to run some tests on the receivers.
No.
But sir,
Look, there's nothing wrong with the receivers. Is there?
No, I suppose not.
So there's no point in kidding ourselves there is. Now, I'll remain on watch while you, very quietly, without fuss or excitement, inform all executive officers there will be a meeting in my cabin in 35 minutes at 20:35. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Master at Arms.
Sir.
Until further notice, you or one of your men will remain near me at all times, armed.
Yes, sir. Could I see you now, Captain? It's very important.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Floyd. It'll have to wait.
We could try connecting my monitoring equipment to one of your antenna boys. The mountains would make reception difficult, but it's
Yes,
worth
we'll
trying.
discuss it later.
I'd like to discuss it
Master at
now.
Arms, would you escort this gentleman from the control room? He's no business here.
This way, sir.
I think you're being bloody unreasonable.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Now, you must all know by now why I've called this meeting. The last 2 scheduled Cassandra beacons were not received.
I take it, sir, full checks have been carried out on our receivers?
Yes, Mr. Fisher. All 3 receivers will prove to be in working order immediately before, during, and after the scheduled beacon times.
Maybe a meteorite...
A meteorite might knock out one satellite, but it's a 1,000,000 to 1 possibility. And even if that has happened, no meteorite could knock out all 3 transmitter receivers. And certainly not all 6 on 2 satellites with a 60-degree orbital separation. Therefore, I see no point in a lot of speculation as to whether or not the satellites transmitted. From now on, we shall proceed on the basis that they did not.
Yes, sir.
Now, we have clear-cut orders governing our actions in this situation, and it's up to me and you to see that they are carried out in a satisfactory manner. From now on, I will tolerate no breaches of discipline, no matter how minor, either from you or the crew. Do I make myself absolutely clear?
Yes, sir. A small point, sir.
Yes, Mr. Sinclair?
If this submarine is to be used, hasn't it failed in its prime function, that of a deterrent?
Our prime function is to obey orders.
Blind obedience to orders is no defence if the subordinate is aware that to obey such orders would lead to the committing of an atrocity. This was made clear during the Nuremberg war crimes trials after the last war, and later on during the trial of some American soldiers following a massacre in Vietnam.
Mr. Sinclair, we are not here to debate.
I'm only pointing out...
You are pointing out your unfitness to serve as an officer aboard this submarine.
No, sir. I think it is only fair that you and the other officers should know that the point I made was added to the Geneva Convention, and our country countersigned the amendment.
Have you finished, Mr. Sinclair?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, we've listened to you. Now, perhaps you'll be good enough to listen to me. First, whatever agreements, treaties, or conventions our country has signed are of academic interest only. For all we know at this moment, the Geneva Convention may be nothing more than so much useless ash. Second, moral issues concerning the functioning of the submarine and the duties of its crew are a matter for the King, government, and people of Great Britain. Third, to carry out those duties, I shall require your unquestioning loyalty. Normally, I'm entitled to expect it as a matter of course, but I'm not insensitive to private feelings in these extraordinary circumstances.
Do you not think it might be a good idea to monitor the broadcast band, sir?
No, I do not, Mr. Aiken.
It would verify the situation.
It would verify nothing. Do you think the Russians are incapable of faking what little transmissions we will be able to receive in this part of the world? We have ways of faking broadcasts of all the Russians, therefore it would be foolish to pretend they don't have the same. Our course of action is determined by the silence from the Cassandra satellites, which can't be faked. Now, to do otherwise would mean disobeying orders.
But, sir, I can't...
Now, Mr. Sinclair, I am prepared to overlook your comments made during this meeting, but afterwards I shall expect and get obedience to orders.
So what exactly are these orders?
Firstly, to apply Stage 1 Alert Standing Order listed on paper number 8 before you, starting with the food controls.
Yes, sir.
Now, the daily ration per man is scheduled in Appendix D.
Sir?
Immediate implementation of these controls will extend our tour period by a further 6 months before revictualling is necessary.
That's assuming there's anywhere left where we can revictual.
Well, we'll worry about that when we have to. Our immediate concern...
Yes, we know, to obey orders.
I shall ignore that remark, Mr. Sinclair, but I might not ignore the next. Secondly, the shredding and pulping of documents which indicate the qualifications and duties of crew members. Is the shredding and pulping machine in working order?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Now, pass this key down, please.
Sir.
Mr. Sinclair, would you open the bulkhead safe, please?
Sir.
The small door beside the television panel. I want the green package marked Sector 18. Well, gentlemen, I don't propose going through all the orders. As you can see, they're all fairly straightforward. Are there any questions?
This one, sir?
Yes, pass it down, please. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you all know what this is. I'll just break the seals. And there we are. Nothing more than an ordinary tape recorder cassette. Now, this tape can only be played under the following circumstances. When 2 scheduled beacons have not been received, and then only by the captain in the presence of the executive officers. Do we all agree those conditions now apply?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, don't look so worried, gentlemen. This tape contains nothing more than our required fail-safe position, somewhere well out to sea, I imagine.
There's also a red package in the safe marked Sector 18. I suppose that's the
Instructions on when to play the red tape will be contained in this tape, Mr. Sinclair. Let's not get unduly excited. Now, before I play this tape, I am bound to draw your attention to Clause 7 in the Alert Standing Orders. In plain language, Clause 7 states that the orders on these tapes are directed at all the submarine's officers and not just the captain. In other words, the enactment of those orders is the collective responsibility of us all and not just myself.
That's all very well.
I will act as arbiter in any dispute regarding their interpretation. Apart from that, we all have equal responsibility to ensure that they are carried out. That is why the tapes can only be played in your presence. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you all sign paper number 6 in front of you and pass them down to me? Something seems to be bothering you, Mr. Sinclair.
Sir, I don't believe I can accept this concept of collective responsibility.
Master-at-Arms, will you step into my cabin, please?
I only wish to point out, sir.
Master-at-Arms, kindly escort Lieutenant Sinclair to his cabin and see that he remains there.
Sure.
He may visit the heads, but he is to be accompanied.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
I'm doing my duty, Mr. Sinclair. As it's obvious you have no intention of doing the same, you leave me no choice. Take him away.
Come along, please, sir.
And leave your taped destruction key on the table, Mr. Sinclair.
I only wish now I'd used the bloody thing.
An armed guard by his door, if you please, and remove the intercom from his cabin.
Very good, sir.
Does anyone else have misgivings concerning their future behavior? I shall now play this tape. This player appears to be faulty.
Try this one, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fisher. This one's the same. Mr. Aitken, you're responsible for equipment. Is it asking too much of you to ensure the tape recorders are kept in working order?
May I see it, please, sir? Thank you. With your permission, I'll try one of my own cassettes.
The leak on the port hydroplane gland has been rectified. New lighting tubes installed in companion...
Well, there's nothing wrong with the tape recorders. It's your tape.
That's ridiculous.
Apparently not.
Fetch me another tape there.
It's no use, sir.
Do as I say.
Look, you might as well face up to it. Your tape has been exposed to an extremely powerful magnetic field. That can only mean one thing. Someone has activated the tape destruction system.
Well, if that is the case, it must have been done by one of us.
But, sir...
Would you all place your tape destruction keys on the table, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, they all look okay, sir. None of them has been used. Plastic covering films are intact, including Lieutenant Sinclair's.
In that case, there must be another explanation. And I think I know what it is.
Louise! Come in, come in.
Hello, Michael.
Pull up a stool. Sorry about the mess. I'm wading through my predecessor's papers. Those I'm allowed to see, that is.
I suppose I must be the last to congratulate you.
Oh, not quite. There's still a number of undersecretaries who've yet to beat a path to my door. I haven't even got my feet under the table, and they're plotting. Oh. The civil servants will be able to transfer their loyalties overnight.
Oh, they're not politicians, Michael. They're only human.
One of my election pledges was to stop government being a faceless bureaucracy, and they're all wondering which of them I've decided is a faceless bureaucrat. As far as I'm concerned, they all are.
Michael...
I've decided to sack the next one who comes through that door saying, "Here's a paper we think you ought to see, Prime Minister." I'm only interested in the papers they think I shouldn't see.
Oh, you can't sack civil servants, Michael. They can only be transferred.
Something I intend changing.
Michael...
Would you consider a transfer, Louise?
No, Michael.
Why not?
I don't think it would be wise, do you?
I suppose you're right.
What have you done about my message?
It wasn't an excuse to see me.
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought...
Don't let's start that again, Michael. It's finished.
I passed your message on to the Navy.
What did they say?
Haven't replied yet.
What's the purpose of the Cassandra satellites?
Don't you know?
No, for some reason or other my department wasn't notified of their function. All we know is that there are 6 of them in polar orbit with a 60-degree separation.
Oddly enough, only last night I was looking at the appropriation vote. I've been going over the defence spending for the last 5 years to see if there's anything we can cut down for quick results. I've got it here somewhere. 1990. Cassandra Satellite Program, Naval Communications. Development, 2.4 million. Ground stations, 8 million. Booster hardware, 10 million. Over 3 million per satellite. Why is it always necessary to start writing noughts as far as space is concerned?
Who sponsored the program?
Weapons and Strategic Studies Group.
Pike. Theodore Pike.
The green telephone. Trouble. Hello? Cassandra. That's right. The Americans approached Miss Arnott. Yes, she's with me now. Hold on. Louise, how long will this blackout last?
100 hours.
100 hours? They gave her a computer tape. How urgent? About 8 o'clock. All right then, 7. Okay, I'll have to cancel some appointments. Oh, one thing. I want to be briefed first. No, he's useless. I'll see Pike. I'll send him along immediately. And Williams, immediately. Oh, well, Louise, your signal seems to have caused quite a ripple in the ranks. The Navy are leaping about as if the sea had run dry. Quite a tonnage of gold braid heading my way in 2 hours.
Is Pike coming?
Yes. Should be here in a few minutes.
I must be going.
Well, I'd like you to stay.
And run into Pike? No, thank you, Michael.
Pike? Oh, Pike! Yes, I remember now. He never used to turn up at committee meetings or sent along a minion, unless he needed money. Ah, yes. Look here. 1989. There were 6 meetings to discuss financial cover for the new C-class submarines. He got his money and has hardly been seen since. Keeps himself to himself.
Well, one would expect the head of our Weapons and Strategic Studies group to do just that. Look, I must be going, Michael.
Oh, this is interesting. Copy of a memo to Pike from my predecessor, May 1990. 5 years ago. There's a written question attached from the member for Isha. Why is the government spending 2,000 million on the new C-class submarines when the Polaris submarines still have another 10 years operational life as a result of major refits? Good question. Why did they? The memo to Pike says, give me a plausible reply to this, please.
Government by faceless bureaucrats.
I wonder what the answer was.
You'll have to look up Hansard.
I will. Have you met this Pike?
Once or twice. The only good thing about him is that at least he's on our side. He's a man I can't fathom, completely devoid of emotions. I've no wish to meet him again.
I'd rather you stayed, Louise.
Is that an order or a request?
What would it have to be for you to remain?
An order.
Then that's what it is. Sit down, Pike. Miss Arnott and I wish to ask you a few questions. But first of all, I must warn you that the days when you could run defense matters how you pleased are over.
All matters requiring decisions have always been referred to the correct minister.
You will find me more inclined to stamp on people rather than rubber-stamp their pet schemes. We'll discuss that later. Brief me on the purpose and function of the Cassandra satellites.
Naval communications.
We know that. Be more specific.
They provide a control link with the C-class submarines.
You mean submarine, don't you? Cerberus is the only one in service.
That's right. Ceres and Cyclops are still under construction. They're due for commissioning in 1998.
I shouldn't count on it, Pike. Now then, why are the Navy getting so frantic about this communication loss with the Cassandra satellites?
So there is a blackout.
It must be the first time for some years that the Prime Minister has known something ahead of his senior aides.
What is the nature of this blackout?
The Americans have orbited a narrow belt of reflecting material, similar to chaff, but more effective. It's in a polar orbit. The belt's only 2 degrees wide, but its apogee and perigee matches that of the Cassandra orbit precisely. The Americans say it's an accident.
Has it been confirmed?
Oh, yes. The Royal Radar Establishment Malvern and Government Communications Headquarters Cheltenham have reported the presence of a narrow reflecting belt in polar orbit. Even the BBC's Caversham stations noticed something odd. Of course, none of them knows about the Cassandra satellites.
How long would it last?
Another 100 hours at the present dissipation rate.
At what time did it start?
1,200 hours.
You must excuse me, Prime Minister. I have to attend...
You leave. When I say you can leave, Pike. You haven't answered my question. Why are the Navy so upset at this communication loss? Surely the Cassandra satellites are not the only means of communicating with Cerberus.
I'm afraid they are, Prime Minister.
No ground wave system?
No.
But multiple systems have always been a requirement aboard our submarines. Why should Cerberus be any different? She's an ordinary Polaris carrier, isn't she?
No submarine costing 2,000 million could be described as ordinary.
Cerberus is neither ordinary nor a Polaris carrier. She's equipped with 50 Kraken missiles, half of them armed with 50 megaton hydrogen fusion warheads, 16,000-kilometer range. Cerberus can discharge all of them in 8 minutes.
Oh.
Compared with the Kraken, Polaris is nothing more than an obsolescent toy.
Hardly obsolescent, Pike. If it wasn't for the Polaris submarines, this country would be defenseless right now.
No, not with Cerberus, Prime Minister.
Why not? If it was necessary to order a retaliation, we shouldn't be able to do so.
Cerberus will never receive an order to retaliate. Every 6 hours, she receives a coded radio signal via one of the Cassandra satellites ordering her not to retaliate. Negative response retaliation. You've heard of it, Prime Minister?
Only a strategic philosophy. I never thought it would ever be put in practice.
Having a lot of people think you won't do something is a very good reason for doing it.
Hmm.
The chief advantage of negative response retaliation is in its simplification of operational procedures and avoidance of too many fail-safe devices where there's a danger of not being able to retaliate if you want to. A problem we still have with the Polaris submarines.
So, if Cerberus does not receive a signal every 6 hours, she'll attack.
Eventually.
Who devised this mad system?
I did, with the approval of your predecessor.
Why wasn't I informed earlier?
You were scheduled to be notified in due course. Besides, prime ministers needn't concern themselves with operational details, as long as the system works.
But it's not working, is it? No wonder the Navy are panicking. And you telling me we're about to attack is hardly an operational detail.
I did not say we were about to attack.
Did he or did he not say we...
I said Cerberus would attack eventually. There is a fail-safe contingency. Only one, but an effective one. Cerberus has now missed her first beacon. She'll miss her second in, 4 hours. So we have 10 hours...
I want to know about this fail-safe, Pike.
At the moment, Cerberus will be in a Russian fjord on the North Siberian coast. She's on a special mission for intelligence.
I'm not interested in what she's doing. I'm interested in what she's going to do and how you intend stopping her.
Simple. If she does not receive a scheduled beacon, the captain will freeze operations by placing the submarine on a Stage 1 alert. If the next beacon is not received, he'll up the alert status to Stage 2, call a meeting of his executive officers and open his green orders for whatever sector he happens to be in. They're in the form of a tape recorder cassette. The cassette will detail a position on the high seas which he is required to head for immediately. He will wait in this position, and if a third beacon is not received and he hears nothing further from us, he will assume that this country has been subject to a surprise attack. Then, and only then, will he retaliate.
How do we use the fail-safe?
By dispatching 2 RAF Nemesis aircraft to rendezvous with Cerberus at her fail-safe position. Cerberus will maintain a skywatch by means of her TV camera buoys. She'll fire a flare from the buoy to let the RAF know they've been seen, and Cerberus will downgrade the alert and resume normal patrol. It's a very simple system.
And we definitely can't radio Cerberus direct.
Anyone can send a radio signal. That's why the negative response retaliation system is so effective. You can't jam or otherwise interfere with silence. If you do, it's no longer silence, is it?
Stride may be a bit surly at times, sir, but I can't believe he could be responsible for the destruction of the recordings. Why would he want to do such a thing?
Well, we'll soon find out, gentlemen. Call him in, please.
In here, Stride.
Leading technician, Stride, sir.
Thank you, Master at Arms. Your firearm, please.
Mine, sir?
Yes, yours, sir.
But, sir...
Don't argue with me. Just place it on the table, with the safety catch off. Do as I say.
Yes, sir.
Now close the door. No, I want you to remain. Now stand there, Stride. To attention, if you please. Now then. At 13:30 hours today, you entered my cabin without permission. Why?
To repair your television, sir.
Now tell me the real reason.
That is the real reason.
Do you know what these are?
They look like recording tape cassettes.
What type of tape cassette?
Well, ordinary cassettes, aren't they?
No, Stride, they are not ordinary, and you know they're not, don't you?
No, sir.
What was wrong with your television, sir?
Well, the picture was twisted sideways slightly.
It's all right now?
Yes.
What did you have to do to the set, Stride?
The focusing coil around the neck of the tube had slipped. I realigned it and tightened the clamp.
A simple task?
Yes, sir, very simple.
One which would only take a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
When I caught you, Stride, you've been in here nearly 20 minutes.
I had to unscrew the front panel and slide the unit out from the bulkhead before I could work on it. And I had to remove the electromagnetic and X-ray shielding from around the tube.
And yet this simple task took 20 minutes,
I also made a number of adjustments to the three-dimensional balance. Picture lacked depth.
And you also made a number of adjustments to that safe beside the television.
No, sir. I never touched it. I didn't even know it was a safe.
You activated the tape destruction system. These tapes are useless.
No, sir, I swear.
Tell the truth.
I've never heard of the tape destruction system.
You've seen the activating switches near the escape hatches?
No, sir. I don't know. Maybe I have. I don't know.
And you've never seen one of these keys for activating the switches?
No, sir.
Did you search him, Master at Arms?
Yes, sir, and his quarters.
Didn't find anything.
I don't know anything about this tape distraction system, and I know nothing about the switches.
You're a liar, Stride, and I can prove you're a liar.
You prove it, then.
Now then, son, what's your tongue?
Each day, I record the submarine's log and place the tape in that safe. Besides some very important tapes, every log recording I've made on this trip has been completely erased, with one exception. The recording of today's log, which I made after your visit to this cabin.
Maybe someone else got into your cabin.
No, Stride. You see this strip of film? Now, anyone entering the command area of this submarine has their picture taken by an automatic camera. The picture also records the date and time. You are the only unauthorized person who's entered this area with the necessary electronics knowledge to destroy those tapes.
Sir, I swear I had nothing to do with...
Now, I don't know how you managed to operate the tape destruction system without a key, but I will know very shortly. Master at Arms, is this thing loaded?
Yes, sir. I should be careful, sir. The safety catch.
If I may...
Be quiet, Mr. Aiken. Now then, Stride. Are you going to tell me?
There's nothing to tell you. I don't know how the recordings were destroyed.
Master at Arms, if I wanted to kill this man, where would be the best place to point this thing?
Oh, sir, you just...
Don't try telling me what I can or cannot do, Aitken. Whilst we're on stage to alert, there's precious little I can't do, including the removal of this miserable worm if his presence threatens the execution of our orders.
Sir.
Now, where's the best place to point this thing?
Not at his chest.
Not at his chest what?
Not at his chest, sir.
Why not? I'm pointing it at his heart, aren't I?
Yes, sir, but the ricochet, these steel bulkheads.
Oh, higher?
Yes, sir.
Sir, if I may
No,
suggest...
you may not, Fisher. Be quiet. At the neck, like this,
At the head, sir. Up a bit.
5 seconds, Stride. I won't even count, it's too melodramatic. I'm sure you can mentally tick off 5 seconds, starting from now.
I reckon you missed me, long man.
Maybe that was just a warning. Maybe I don't shoot unarmed men.
Or maybe you've gotten yourself a yellow streak wider than the Grand Canyon.
Debbie?
Yes, Marshal. Right here, Marshal.
Debbie, you still handy with that Winchester?
Yeah, I sure am, Marshal. I sure am.
Now, it's your last chance to tell us if you pulled that safe job.
Lieutenant Sinclair? Lieutenant Sinclair?
What is it?
Oh, sorry to interrupt your movie, sir, but Captain Harrison wants to berth this man with you. In here, Stride.
Stride? What the hell have you been up to?
He's upset the captain, haven't you, Stride? Done a good job of it, too.
I thought the idiot was going to shoot me.
I should watch your tongue if I were you, son. You're lucky to be alive.
Has he got to stay with me?
I can't spare armed guards for every man who annoys Captain Harrison, now can I? I'll have your kit sent up, Stride. Good night, gentlemen. I hope you get on well together.
Sorry about this, sir.
Oh, you can forget the sir while we're in here. Well, if I shift Cutty's sark off the top berth...
Here, let me help.
Mind the rigging. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
You must have a lot of patience to build models with such detail.
No. You just need an endless stream of westerns put up by the entertainment committee.
Captain Harrison said something similar.
What did you do to upset him?
Nothing.
You said something about him nearly shooting you. Now, he may be a bit odd at times, but he doesn't go around shooting the crew without good reason.
He thinks I activated the tape distraction system, whatever that is.
Are the tapes dead?
He had some cassettes on the table which he said were useless.
With green wrapping paper?
Yeah, and red.
Wow. No wonder he nearly shot you.
Why? How important are those tapes?
Important enough.
How much?
How do I know Harrison hasn't planted you on me?
You don't? What did you do to upset him?
We had a difference of opinion on a policy matter.
I don't know much about submarine administration, but I wouldn't have thought that called for an armed guard outside your door.
I thought I was asking you questions.
There's not much point. Nobody believes me answers. What's a stage 2 alert?
You've been listening to rumours.
No. Harrison mentioned we were on one just now. He suggested that under a stage 2 alert he had the power to shoot me.
He has, if you activated the tape destruction system.
Look, I don't even know what it is.
It's the modern version of the weighted bag for emergency disposal of confidential documents.
How's it work?
Well, the ship's tapes are kept in the captain's safe. There's a powerful magnetic coil at the back, powerful enough to erase recordings on magnetic tapes if it's energized.
Cool.
How did you do it?
I didn't.
Someone did.
Well, it wasn't me. The captain said something about an activating key.
Yeah.
There was one on the table.
Yeah, that was mine.
Oh.
I had to surrender it before being incarcerated in here. All executive officers hold one. There's a special switch by each escape hatch which can only be operated by one of those keys. Now, if we have to abandon ship, all an officer has to do is insert his key in the switch, turn it, and... no more recordings on the tapes.
Then any officer could have destroyed the tapes?
Yeah. But if an officer did, Harrison would know.
Why?
Using a key destroys its plastic film covering. Now, the idea is that if the submarine has been abandoned, it's possible to check afterwards that the tapes were destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
Why should Harrison think you destroyed them?
He found me in his cabin fixing his television. He says the only tape which is okay is the one he recorded after my...
What's the matter?
Yeah, of course, that must be it.
What?
I'm trying to think. Those switches by the escape hatches, they must operate a relay in the safe to energise the coil.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, that would account for it.
Account for what?
The captain's television is right beside the safe, right?
Yeah.
I tested the set with the cathode ray tube shielding removed. The radiation from the picture focusing coil could have energised the relay and so destroyed the recordings.
Oh, I mean, it sounds highly improbable.
Don't you see? 3D colour televisions have something like 20,000 volts going through their coils.
Yeah.
They even radiate X-rays if they're not properly shielded, and I removed that shielding when I tested the set.
Well, I suppose that could be the explanation. Are you going to tell the captain?
I don't know. He probably threatened to take another pot at me. You still haven't told me how important those recordings are.
As soon as the sub goes onto a stage 2 alert, Harrison would play the green tape, which will give him his required fail-safe position. He'll then head for that position to await an eyeball contact with an RAF nemesis.
By sending up a TV camera?
Yeah, that's right. Now, when Harrison sees the nemesis, he'll fire a flare from the camera boy to let the RAF know he's seen him. Then he'll wind the boy back into the sub, downgrade the alert, and return to normal patrol duties.
Sounds simple.
Yeah. It's supposed to be infallible.
What will Harrison do if he doesn't know what his fail-safe position is?
How the hell should I know?
What's that?
Shh. Listen.
Sounds like it's coming from below.
That is Kraken Control. Fisher's testing his beloved missile conveyors.
There's a PCC reject here, sir.
Huh?
Regarding the revised food rations.
Well, pass it on to catering. What's so funny?
Well, the computer has pointed out that the beef burgers only have a freezer life of another 12 weeks. Therefore, they should be used up first. Looks like we'll be living on beef burgers for the next few weeks.
What's the matter, Master at Arms?
It's Mr. Floyd, sir.
It's about this idea of mine, Captain.
Yes, I too have an idea, Mr. Floyd, and if you interrupt me once again when I'm busy, I might put it into operation.
But we must at least try something, Captain. We could connect my monitoring gear up to one of the antenna boys,
The
and then
antenna boys can only be sent up at predetermined times. Now, even if I could send them up whenever I wished, I certainly would never sanction their use for any purpose other than that for which they were designed.
So much for your fail-safe, Pike. Where the hell's that bloody submarine? 6 RAF nemesis have been sweeping the fail-safe area for 3 hours and there's no sign of her.
I don't understand it any more than you do, Prime Minister. Perhaps Cerberus received those beacons after all. Perhaps she's still in Fjord 88.
According to Miss Arnott, no signal can penetrate the belt and won't be able to for at least another 95 hours.
If Cerberus did not receive the beacons, Harrison would definitely play the green tape and head immediately for the fail-safe position. Those are his orders.
What sort of man is Harrison? Is there any chance he might not follow orders?
None whatsoever. His years of conditioning and training would not permit it. He will stick rigidly to procedure. Anything that might prevent him following those orders would create too much emotional stress for him to cope with.
What's happened to the idea of individual initiative?
Oh, we can't afford that sort of thing today. Not with submarines like Cerberus. We have to know exactly where she is and what she's doing from day to day without maintaining constant lines of communication.
Would any of his officers oppose him?
No. And even if they did, he has clear instructions on how to deal with them.
Which are?
At the slightest sign of dissent from any officer or crew member, he would place them under immediate arrest. Stage 2 alert procedures give him the power to be even more ruthless if necessary.
And you have no doubt that Harrison will obey his orders?
None at all.
Do we really know how a man would behave under such circumstances?
With Harrison we do. That's why we chose him.
But it's absurd that there's no means of contacting him.
Why should there be? Cerberus is nothing more than a remote firing platform. We have nothing to say to her. She has nothing to say to us. As soon as you become dependent on communication links, you not only reduce your system integrity, but you risk the submarine being discovered by the enemy. And you risk the messages being intercepted and eventually faked. I still say this system is infallible.
I don't like being told about infallible systems from someone who's already been proved wrong. Perhaps the fail-safe position on Harrison's tape doesn't agree with our tape.
It must do. Harrison's tapes are copies made from our masters.
You seem to have thought of everything.
Yes.
These missiles Cerberus has, tell me about them.
50 Krakens, half of them armed with 50 megaton warheads.
Preset targets?
Oh, yes. Cerberus only has to launch them.
Only? What are the targets?
Here, over here in the east, and, to here.
But they're civilian population centers.
Of course. Cyclops will look after the military targets when he goes into service.
Does Harrison know his targets are civilian population centers?
His red tape provides a target schedule.
Do we really know if a man, any man, even a martinet such as you say Harrison is, would launch his missiles knowing they're destined for urban areas?
We've thought of that. Harrison thinks his targets are tactical rather than strategic. The red tape would bear that out if he plays it.
Meaning the target on the tape are not the targets the Krakens are set for?
Correct. It will be the same with all the C-class submarines. Although we have no doubts about Harrison's ability to follow orders, we can't risk last-minute misplaced moral feelings jeopardizing a retaliatory strike.
Moral feelings? I doubt if you have any idea what they are, Pike.
Being popular is your job, Prime Minister, not mine. My job is to provide you with the best weapons possible with the available funds. Something I do well.
Really? And what about this mess?
I didn't create Cerberus, nor did I vote the funds to finance it. Your predecessor and the chiefs of the armed forces all agreed that we should have the capability to reduce a potential enemy's population by 40% at a stroke.
40%?
Yes.
But why civilians?
Why not? The enemy's sword consists of the entire population. The military are merely the cutting edge. We also have the hardware to achieve the probable immobilization of a further 20%.
How, for God's sake?
The enemy's country is inconceivably large, at least 90% agricultural. We could flatten all their cities, and they could still muster a well-equipped army large enough to overrun the whole of Europe in a matter of days. You have to know your enemy. The willingness of its peasants to beat plowshares into swords is in the very heart and soul of the country. Propaganda has convinced every man, woman, and child that their destiny lies in the defense of the motherland.
I know all this, Pike. But you can't effectively bomb an agricultural society. The Americans learned that many years ago in Chinese Indoasia, what used to be Vietnam.
We won't have to bomb them. We have something far more effective. 25 of the Krakens do not have nuclear warheads. They have multiple heads that spread over a wide area after re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. 1,000 separate units scattered across the country will descend by parachute over selected rural areas with relatively high population densities.
They're not nuclear warheads?
No.
Then what are they?
Wide-angle laser scanners.
And what do they do?
Oh, they're beautifully simple and very effective. At 20,000 feet, they will give off a spectacular lighting display. It will last 3 minutes, long enough to ensure the maximum number of people are watching them. We conducted some experiments over Suffolk some years ago. 3 minutes is the optimum period required to build up sufficient interest to get the greatest number of people watching. Anything longer, and there's a falling off as they lose interest.
Yes, but what do these things do?
Towards the end of the 3-minute lighting display, a wide-angle laser beam rapidly scans the 100 square miles of countryside beneath it. Anyone watching, which we calculate will be about 40 million, will have their optical perception facilities permanently impaired.
They're what?
They'll be blinded, permanently, by the light of 1,000 suns.
How many?
40 million, give or take a couple of million. One advantage of such a weapon is that it eliminates the problem of whether or not Europe should follow up with an invasion. With so many people requiring help, an invasion would be most undesirable from the economic point of view.
What an appalling device.
It's no worse than napalm. It doesn't kill, and fusing the retinas is painless.
Tell me, Pike, are you proud of Cerberus?
Neither proud nor ashamed. Merely satisfied.
Satisfied? Unless you think of something, Cerberus is going to trigger off another world war. Would you be satisfied with that?
The enemy is an extremely tough nut. But like all nuts, it can be smashed with one blow, provided the blow is hard enough. And that's one thing I can assure you of, Prime Minister. If Cerberus strikes, the blow will be hard enough. Naturally, I'm disappointed that unforeseen circumstances should have placed us in this position.
It damn well should have been foreseen. The Americans carried out a similar radio blackout experiment 30 years ago, back in the 60s.
If it's any consolation, Cerberus will not fire the Krakens.
No wonder everyone has tried to keep quiet about you, Pike. How do you know she won't?
Cerberus would normally receive a beacon 2 hours, 15 minutes from now. She'll send up her antenna buoys in the usual way, and an RAF Nemesis will overfly Fjord 88 to simulate a Cassandra beacon at the precise moment it is expected.
That's assuming Cerberus is still in the fjord.
Oh, she's in the neighborhood. She'll hear it.
What exactly is the beacon? A code word?
20 low-frequency pulses in 4 groups of 5. Pulse duration is 1 second, with 1 second spacing and 3 seconds between each group. The pattern is changed daily, but that's the pattern Harrison will be expecting for the next beacon.
10 seconds to beacon.
Standing by all systems.
Quiet now, please.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, thank God for that, sir. Yes, indeed, Mr. Aitken. Thank God.
Field strength peaking at 6.5.
Wonder what went wrong with the earlier beacons.
There'll be a full inquiry when we return.
Field strength peaking at 6.6.
Do you think there was some sort
What was
of
that reading?
6.6, sir.
The signal's getting stronger?
Yes, sir. 6.7 now.
What's the usual beacon strength?
5.9.
It's still increasing. 6.9. I'm getting a slight frequency shift. It could be Doppler.
Well, perhaps it's one
Shut
of
up
those...
a minute.
Now peaking at field strength 7. PCC reject, sir. Channel 1 beacon unacceptable.
What about 2 and 3?
Computer still analysing, sir. Now peaking at 7.2.
Rather odd, sir.
Yes, it's bloody odd. I don't like it. Not one little bit. Switch the buoy mics on.
Sir.
Yes, that's all the evidence I need. Our friends are flying around up there trying to imitate a beacon. Get the antenna buoys down, Aitken. Make for the open water as fast as you can. I'm going to see Fisher in Kraken control. Very good, sir. Take me down to Kraken control, Master-at-Arms.
Captain?
Do you want to speak to him, sir?
No, thank you. Get the lift moving.
Captain,
You're stopping the doors from closing, Mr. Floyd.
I must speak to you.
Step back, please, sir.
Not until you listen to what I have to say.
What shall I do, sir?
Confine him to his cabin.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Just show him that I can, Master-at-Arms.
With a guard, sir?
With a guard.
Can you spare a man?
Not now. We're on emergency duties.
Well, put him in with Sinclair and Stride.
A bit crowded, sir.
Well, that's his lookout.
This way, sir.
You've got no authority to do this, Harrison. I'll lodge an official protest.
Oh, really?
Why was the Redskins never winning everything?
Once you see one, you've seen them.
Another cabin mate for you, Mr. Sinclair.
Oh, no.
Captain Harrison's orders.
Well, who is it this time?
Me. Floyd. Him. Well, gentlemen, I hope you all get on together. A meal will be sent in shortly. No arguments over who sleeps on the floor. Good day.
Well, Harrison couldn't have picked a better man to spy on us. A professional.
Well, what have you two done? Plotted a mutiny?
Didn't he brief you?
I'll take the top bunk.
That's mine.
And who are you?
Stride.
A leading technician, I see. A low form of life.
That's my berth.
Well, now, this is His Majesty's submarine, His Majesty's cabin, and His Majesty's bunk. And I'm His Majesty's servant. We'll share it, Stride. Or is that still frowned on in King's regulations?
Why are you here, Floyd?
I upset Harrison with my persistence. It's easily done. We have to have that thing on.
No, all right, I'll switch it off.
Yeah, I was watching that.
How did Harrison seem to you?
You know him better than I do.
You know it on an alert.
I guessed. Give me some credit.
Did he seem unstable?
Unreasonable's a better word. I can't say altogether blame him. Not if he's got to do what I think he's got to do.
The turbines have started.
I feel a slight movement just then.
We're lifting.
Full power going on. Wherever it is we're going there in a hurry. God, if only I had my intercom.
You want to listen to what's going on?
Yes, of course. Why? Can you fix it so we can?
Nothing could be simpler.
Well, why the hell didn't you say so before?
As they say in the movies, you never ask.
How?
They may have taken your intercom away, but you still have the junction box, and you have a closed-circuit television. So, by running a lead from the junction box and connecting it to the sound amplifier on the television, you'll be able to hear everything that's going on.
Stride, you're a genius.
Yeah. Well, even a genius like me can't spirit lengths of wire out of thin air.
No. How about the lead on my tape recorder, Mike?
Control room, Aitken.
Mr. Aitken, I can't get into Kraken control.
Really, sir?
Yes, really, sir. That idiot Fisher has locked himself in. It's only possible to call Kraken control from the control room.
Oh, I should have remembered, sir. He often does that.
Oh, does he now? Well, I shall have something to say to Mr. Fisher. Now, you call him up and tell him to let me in.
Right away, sir. Oh, there is just one thing.
Yes, what's that?
If you could possibly avoid shouting at him, he does get upset rather easily.
How's it going, Stride?
Just one more connection.
Right.
What do you want to listen to? There's a whole row of terminals here. Control room, reactor area, Kraken control...
Can we listen to Kraken control?
Yeah, sure. Just a matter of twisting the wire around a screw, like so. That's it. These junction boxes are ready-made bugging devices.
You're in the wrong business, Stride.
I'm not, you are. Right, let's switch the television on and see.
Someone outside.
Yeah, stand in front of the box.
Right.
Yes, well, the difficult part's the rigging and alignment of the yards if you want to with furled sails.
Something to eat, gentlemen. Beef burgers.
Navy beef burgers, God help us.
Well, they're just like Captain Harrison or a Force 10. Okay, if you treat them with respect.
That's odd. There's 4 each. The alert standing orders call for food restrictions.
Maybe we're off the alert.
Then why are the turbines going flat out? Anyway, thank you for the warning, Floyd.
My pleasure.
Let's see if my little arrangement works.
Not too loud.
Yeah.
That's Fisher with his beloved Krakens. If anyone should be locked up, it's him. He even talks to them.
Mr. Fisher?
Up here, sir.
Do you always keep this hatch locked when you're in here?
Sorry about that, sir. I didn't know it was you.
Why was it locked?
They don't like strangers, sir.
Who don't?
My little lady's here. I've just been checking them over.
Who? Oh, I see.
Yes. Pleased to be underway again.
Well, you can start the arming procedure now.
Very good, sir.
I shall want them ready in 2 hours. We're heading for open water. In your last report, you stated your arming team had the time down to 2 hours.
1 hour 40 on the last army run, sir.
Yes, well, that's very good, Fisher. Are the missile conveyors now working properly?
Perfectly, sir. Let me show you.
No, I'll take your word for it.
By not transporting more than 8 at a time to the launch tubes, the conveyors move much faster, and there's less strain on the hydraulics. We've tried loading 10, but always run into trouble.
Yes, well, we don't want hold-ups doing the real thing. What difference will it make to the overall time to launch all of them?
Well, don't you worry, sir. We'll be able to discharge the lot in 10 minutes. They won't let you down, sir. They're good girls, and they've been very patient all these months. But they won't be hurried.
Fisher, come and sit down a minute.
Yes, sir?
You know, I don't even know your Christian name.
It's Philip, sir. After my mother, Philippa.
You realize what it is we're going to do?
Of course, sir.
And you've no qualms?
None at all, sir. The conveyors will function nice and smoothly, and I'm certain the girls will behave themselves. Won't you, girls?
You spend quite a lot of time down here, don't you?
Yes, sir. Hours and hours. It's my own little kingdom. And these are my subjects.
I see you've been chalking on them.
Only the names, sir. You see, I've named them after famous women in history. Boadicea, Helen, Golda, St. Joan, Margaret. God. Well, don't worry, sir. The seawater will wash it all off when we flood the launch tubes.
No, I wasn't, son. I'm more worried about you.
I'm all right, sir.
Fisher, you need a rest. You come along with me.
Oh, but I can't leave them now, sir. Not when they need me.
No, I'll see they're looked after properly. You have a rest. I'll take you along to the surgeon.
If you say so, sir.
Come on. You go first.
Yes, sir.
One thing, lad. Who was Margaret? I don't recall a Margaret in history.
Hurricane Margaret. It killed my parents in 1987.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't have to be, sir. They weren't important to me. Not as important as... Down here, I felt I was someone. People needed me. You depended on me. They needed me. Have I let you down, sir?
No, Fisher. No, you've always done your job well. Never any fuss. Reports always on time. I've probably let you down.
I shall miss them, sir. It won't be the same when they've gone.
Nothing will be the same when they've gone. Aitken, why didn't you tell me about young Fisher?
Tell you what, sir?
He's ill.
I didn't know that. Is he all right?
No, he is not all right. Did you know about his attitude towards the Krakens?
Well, only that he's keen on his job and spends all his free time checking them over. It's common knowledge.
Well, it wasn't common knowledge to me.
Maybe it should have been.
And maybe you should remember who you're addressing. Fisher appears to me to be suffering from a breakdown as a result of his attachment to the Krakens. You should have seen the writing on the wall long ago.
If an officer is competent and diligent, then I don't worry. I'm only concerned with incompetence.
And so am I, Aitken. And failure to note and report unusual behaviour in a fellow officer is incompetence as far as I'm concerned.
If you've no confidence in my ability, sir, then you know what you can do, sir.
I've every confidence in you, Aitken. Forget what I said. I expect Fisher's illness has only shown itself because his precious Krakens are to be launched.
Have you thought about the consequences of launching them?
Now, don't you start, Aitken. We don't have to think, do we? All we have to do is obey orders. And do you think I haven't thought about it?
You give that impression.
So, let's swap rank.
Oh, no.
Why not?
I'd rather not have to obey your orders.
They're also your orders. Collective responsibility, remember?
Oh, you can order someone to do something, but you can't order him to be responsible, no matter how many bits of paper you make him sign. The overriding factor is that he has to obey the orders in the first place.
Look, we've had 3 beacon failures. 3! And a crude attempt by the enemy at imitating one. Now, from that alone, we can guess that they must know we're in the area. And they know the beacon code. They've attacked our country, confident they can stop us retaliating. So we go home without retaliating? Several cities have probably been wiped out, more if we do nothing. Shall we do that? I tell you what, Aitken. I'll have a lot less on my conscience by pressing those buttons than I would have by doing nothing. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. I suppose if you put it like that. Do we tell the crew?
Only those on fire control duties. There's no need for everyone to know just yet. It'll get around soon enough. All those off duty can carry on watching westerns or whatever it is they do.
What time do we launch?
When we reach this position. Here. Now, 2 hours from now, I want to be at least 200 kilometers out to sea. We should make it easily at our present 60 knots. I'll take over Kraken control, leaving you in command here. We'll leave the communication circuit open for direct voice-to-voice contact.
What are they up to down there, Stride?
Arming the Krakens isn't a noisy job.
Nearly finished, sir. 3 more to go.
Well done.
Lunchtime minus 29 minutes.
Mr. Aitken, we've nearly completed the arming procedure. How much further to go?
25,000 meters, sir. Another 15 minutes.
We've got to stop them. We can't let them launch those missiles. This submarine is intended to act as a deterrent. If a situation arises in which it has to be used, then there's no point in using it, because it's failed to deter. Does that make sense?
Not to me, fella. If someone takes a poke at me, I poke them right back.
And that's just animal reaction.
You call it what you like. I call it survival.
But nobody's going to survive.
You speak for yourself, my friend.
Why build a submarine in the first place?
Oh, well, we could discuss that all night. Look, somehow or other, we've got to stop the launching.
Small question. How?
Oh, we'll have to think of something.
It's your idea. You think. I don't want to be involved.
You're a coward, Floyd.
If you like. Well, if you two are going to sit around plotting, I'll grab a spell on the top bunk.
Listen, isn't there some way we could sabotage the sub?
Hundreds of ways. Unfortunately, none of them can be carried out from this cabin.
There speaks a realist.
What about all those pipes and conduits passing through the bulkheads?
Lighting power, lubricants, coolants. I suppose we could chew through a cable and give ourselves a nice electric shock and plunge the companionway into darkness. You think that might stop them?
Well spoken, that man.
Look, if you're not going to contribute anything, shut up. Surely there's something we can do. Kraken control's immediately below this deck. Stride?
What?
Something occurred to you then? I could tell by your expression. What was it? Well?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm thinking. I'm not sure of my bearings. Which side is this cabin on?
Starboard, why?
This pipe ducts cooling water down to the hydraulic heat exchangers on the missile conveyor machinery.
Well, we could never cut through that. It must be at least 10 centimetres.
It orientates this cabin in relation to Kraken control. I know where this pipe comes out below. Now, about 1 metre to the left, about here. Help me roll back this carpet.
Yeah, right.
What are you two up to?
Ah. Good.
Showing him where you hide your dust, Sinclair.
Shut up, Floyd.
Okay. I'm going to sleep.
What is it?
An inspection cover.
Yeah, but for inspecting what?
With any luck, Kraken controls electric power distribution boxes.
How do we shift those bolts?
Haven't you got any spanners?
No.
Then we don't?
But we must.
All right. Let's have a look at those tools in your modelling kit.
All weapons armed, sir.
Stand by to load conveyors.
Weapons 1 to 10, ready for loading, sir.
We'll only load 8 for the first batch.
That's too short of the full load, sir.
I am well aware of that. We'll load not more than 8 weapons at a time.
Very good, sir.
Launch time minus 15 minutes.
Mr. Aiken.
Sir?
We're running the first batch of Krakens up to the launch tubes ready for firing as soon as we're in position.
Understood, sir. We're stopping the turbines in 5 minutes.
Stand clear of conveyors.
That's no good. Whoever tightened this bolt must have been a 3-metre gorilla swinging on a 6-metre Tommy bar. If all 3 of us try together...
Floyd!
Okay, I heard. Can't sleep anyway. You two taking the sub apart around me. Well, what do I do?
It's the last bolt.
Yeah.
Hang on here and heave when I say. Ready?
Yeah.
Right. 1, 2, 3. It's moving!
A bit more. That's it.
Oh. Now, the cover. You two catch hold of that end.
Right.
It's heavy. Ready?
Thanks, Floyd.
My pleasure.
Torch.
Here. See anything?
What's the matter?
I was wrong. The distribution boxes aren't here. They must be under the companionway.
What about all those cables? Couldn't we cut them or something?
Armoured cables.
And what about this?
Might be all right for balsa wood. It's not going to do much good against armoured cable. Besides, which one do we cut through?
Well, don't you know what they're for?
Vaguely.
Well, you're supposed to be a technician.
Look, I don't carry the wiring diagrams around in my head.
Well, how about that one? Looks the smallest.
Auxiliary supply to the conveyors. And as we heard just now, they've loaded the first batch into the launch tubes ready to fire as soon as the turbines stop. Which they just did.
We'd better listen to what's going on.
We're in position, sir.
What's our depth, Mr. Aiken?
1500 meters, sir.
Take her up to launching depth. 1,000 meters.
Yes, sir. 1000 meters.
Launch time minus 4 minutes.
We've got 4 minutes.
I heard. I've been thinking. That blue cable...
Yeah.
I'm certain it supplies current for the servo motors, which open the launch tube caps just as the Krakens are fired.
Well, if we cut it, they wouldn't be able to launch the Krakens.
If it's the right cable.
We've got to try. It's our only hope.
Give me that fret saw.
For God's sake, don't break the blade.
Launch time minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Have you got a strong chisel?
Yes, here.
Lever the cable up so I can get at it.
All right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Hold it there.
Any good?
At least it's a new blade.
Launch time minus 3 minutes.
Come on.
Just hold the chisel steady.
All right.
Firing team standing by.
1000.
Do you think Floyd might help out?
I'm a sleep fella. I don't want to know what you two are up to.
Bastard.
The biggest.
If I cut through this cable, just as they launch the Krakens and the tubes remain shut, this sub and all of us will be blown to glory.
Launch
What was
time
that?
minus 2 minutes,
Nothing.
30 seconds.
Keep sawing.
What was that he said?
I thought you weren't interested in what we're doing.
Now give me that saw, Stride.
You get back on your bunk. Where are you going?
Do you give me that saw or do I call the guard?
Launch time.
No.
I don't care what you do, provided it doesn't involve me.
Come away from that door.
Sorry, fella.
So am I, Floyd. Now get back.
Hey,
I want to.
Open launch tube, C valves. C valves open. Mr. Aiken, switch fine trim control over to PCC.
Yes, sir. FTC now under computer control, sir.
Internal wave compensators on.
Your stabilizers on.
Launch time minus 90 seconds.
What's the matter with Floyd?
He'll be okay. Why aren't you cutting that cable?
You took the chisel. Are you sure?
Get on with it.
The chisel.
Oh. Where does it go?
Here. God, what happened?
I must have cut myself with it. Now get on. Don't worry about Floyd.
Launch time minus 60 seconds.
Oh, we're not going to manage it. This arm is...
Don't talk.
Are we now stabilised, Mr. Aiken?
Rocks 30%. Launch tube started. Pressure's equalised.
Shall I take a turn? No, it's okay.
Right.
Leave it up a bit more.
Okay.
That's it.
Insert firing keys. Firing keys inserted.
It's through the armour. Oh, good.
What?
Single core cable. It's the right one, all right.
Launch time minus 30 seconds.
Come on, Strike. Come on.
These strands, they're tough as hell.
Launch time minus 20.
Close ignition circuits. Ignition circuit.
Try lifting and twisting.
Yeah,
Some of the
okay.
strands should break.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, good.
Launch time minus 10 seconds.
Ignition sequence.
Please, God, please.
2 more strands. Twist.
Launch time minus 5 and counting. 4, 3,
Last strand.
2,
Nearly.
1.
I don't know what to think, Louise.
It could have been worse, Michael.
We'll never know what happened. It was a stroke of luck, the RAF spotting the wreckage on the surface. 50 men.
Do the Russians suspect anything?
I think they would have said something. They've even sent some trawlers to help with the North Atlantic air sea search. That's the worst part. Seeing the faces of the wives on television. While the search is still on, they live in hope.
When's the phony search being called off?
Tomorrow. The wreckage of the RAF picked up is to be dropped about 400 kilometres north of Iceland. I've always campaigned against deception and fraud in politics. And here I am, 1 month in office and having to perpetrate the biggest lie of the decade.
Oh, Michael, you mustn't blame yourself.
I have to, Louise. Like Harry Truman's buck, it stops right here, in this office. Half of them were under 25. Lieutenant Philip Fisher, born 6th of July, 1974. Pike's resignation is the one good thing to come out of it.
Do you still want to cancel Ceres and Cyclops?
Yes. Whether I could with the amount of money that's already been spent. Remember your Greek mythology about Cerberus?
Wasn't it a dog with several heads which guarded the gates of Hades?
Yes. Leading with Cerberus was one of the 12 labours of Hercules. It was also his hardest.
Maybe he had no one to help him, Michael. My transfer you wanted. It only requires your signature.
In The Light of 1,000 Suns by James Follett, Captain Harrison was played by Manning Wilson, Lieutenant Sinclair by John Rye, and leading technician Stride by Ian Thompson. Floyd, Michael Shannon, Louise Arnott, Sheila Mitchell, Wallace, James Hayes. The Prime Minister, Conrad Phillips, Theodore Pike, Vernon Joyner, Aitken, Sean Probert, Fisher, John Bull, and the Master-at-Arms, Nigel Graham, with Carol Boyd, Hugh Ross, and Roger Gartland. The play was produced by Margaret Ettle.
And our 90-minute drama at the same time next week is Educating Rita, the sparky and touching tale of a working-class student and her alcohol-fuelled tutor.
Poetry 2012, The Written World.
Hi, my name is John A. Tuwaiwai. I'm here today to read a poem called Turn by Sudesh Mishra. And I'm going to read it in my mother tongue, the Fijian. Haudhenganan roni peapa, and doko ulu sombo na manuvuka. Na tomba e karakarawa, ka senga na yadana. And basi kamai na veya tudangi. I turn a page and a bird dives. The bay is blue and nameless. It comes up, rosier. I turn a page and a bird dives. I lose count of the pages and the diving bird and the bay. Blue and nameless. I turn a page and a bird dives. It comes up, rose air. The bay is blue and nameless. What I could picture from the poem itself, that the poet must have sat near a beach with his book in his hand, probably trying to read at the same time he was looking at this bird flying over the bay. Even though the bird is white, the way he's expressing it, it's blue, has the same colour as the sea. I think this is to do with the way that the sun was probably behind the scenery that he was looking at, and that makes the reflection of the water, so the whole thing was blue. I'm originally from Fiji. I came over to Britain in 2002 to come and join the British Army, and I'm now with One Scots, the 1st Battalion, the Royal Regiment of Scotland. I met my wife in Scotland, so we went over to Fiji and we got married there. We came back and then we've got